Before we get things rolling tonight, who's with me from the clerk's office?
Commissioner, we have Gayle on site and Monica Sparks doing Zoom.
Okay, and there's some wait. So okay.
Testing.
Oh.
Testing. Is that good? Remember the courthouse. Is that everything in the courthouse? It's gonna be a long meeting.
Yes,
Okay.
yes,
Good.
yes. Yes. So long. We can turn the camera off, huh? Yeah.
I mean, I assume so. Okay, third time's a charm. This is the way we love to start a meeting, right? Monica, are you with me from the clerk's office?
I'm handling Zoom for you tonight, Commissioner. Ally
Zoom.
Fazio. Yes, Ally Fazio from our office is on the 5th floor. She'll be
Okay,
clerking.
Beautiful. Thank you so much.
Uh-huh.
Who else do we have on 5th floor?
Emmerich is here.
Oh, that's who I see to my right as I'm looking at the room. Yeah, that's you. Okay. I was fussing with my equipment not working a moment ago. I see we have the lobby. If there's anyone who does show up in the lobby this evening, then I assume that Ally and Monica will both keep me up to date on that.
We will.
Perfect. And then Ally, are you aware that Commissioner Burroughs is unable to attend and that Commissioner Bynum will be here in his place?
Yes, I am.
Perfect. Thank you. Commissioner Bynum, I see you've joined us. My thanks for pinch hitting this evening.
Happy to do it.
This is going to be our night when we prove that we can adapt and overcome. I see that Commissioners Walters and Thompson, or Townsend, not Thompson, are also with us. There, that's not a good sign, is it, Commissioner Townsend? When I'm fumbling names at T-1.
I'm going to keep hope alive. That means things are going to be better.
There you go.
Keep hope
That's
alive.
right. A bad dress rehearsal is a good performance, right?
Right.
And Commissioner Johnson has now joined us. So if production control can just tell me when we are broadcasting on all our platforms, we'll get started.
And we are now broadcasting on all platforms.
Thank you so much. In that case, since everyone is here this evening, before I call this meeting of the Neighborhood and Community Development Standing Committee to order, I want to announce that due to COVID-19, some committee members, staff, and the public are attending remotely via Zoom, as well as some being on site. All participants joining by phone or by computer should please mute their devices when not speaking to avoid background noises. During the meeting, we ask that everyone please make sure you announce yourself by name and title every time you speak, so that the public that is observing and the public that is connecting knows who is speaking. This is critical given the number of remote participants and its current guidance from the Kansas Attorney General. Due to COVID-19 requirements, in-person public comment is being allowed in the City Hall lobby only. Public is allowed to participate by Zoom or submit comments by email prior to the meeting, and those comments will be included in the record of the meeting. With all of that out of the way, we'd like to welcome everyone to this meeting of the Neighborhood and Community Development Standing Committee. We'd like to welcome everyone to buckle in. We have a lot of business to take care of this evening, which by itself is a great thing. It simply means we're going to be here for just a little while, enjoying each other's company. Let me pull up my agenda for this meeting, and I'll ask clerk to please call the roll.
Roll call. Walters,
Here.
Johnson,
Here.
Townsend.
Here.
Commissioner Burroughs is absent tonight. In his place is Commissioner Bynum
Here.
and McKiernan.
Here. Thank you so much. To the best of my knowledge, we've had no revisions to this agenda since it was first published. And if somebody from the clerk's office can just confirm that for me.
There have been no revisions.
Thank you so much. In that case, our next order of business is approval of our standing committee minutes from our meeting of June 7th, 2021.
Move to approve, Johnson.
Walters, second.
There's been a motion and a second. Given the fact that we're connecting by Zoom, I'll just ask for a roll call vote on this, please.
Roll call. Walters,
Aye.
Johnson,
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
Bynum,
Aye.
McKiernan.
Aye. Thank you so much, committee. That takes us to our committee agenda. We have a number of items, each with a number of entries this evening. And so as we've done in the past, we will consider these pretty much by block of similar properties or related application. So at this time, I'll turn the floor over to Mr. Judd Knapp to begin walking us through neighborhood and community development land bank options.
Thank you, Commissioner. We are really thrilled to present you some great developments this month. We have a wide variety of projects at all different price points. So we have 26 single-family homes, 37 multifamily units, 1 garage, 7 commercials, and 5 property transfers. Total all those up, those are 77 units and the property transfers. So the first item is 1A for 18 single-family homes. This project is for 15 single-family homes built just northwest of 5th and Parallel. This project is for the whole block, and they plan to replat the 25-foot lots into 50-foot lots. So that's converting 28 lots into 15 lots. That will be 50 feet by 120 feet lot size. Delsa Rose is a builder, developer, and real estate broker, and has assisted in building over 800 homes. Sinitra Monk is the founder of KC Transitions, a licensed broker with 18 years of experience and a graduate of Washington High School. The building details is 3 to 4 bedrooms, 2 baths. They hope to start in September of 2021. I do have to say this, the project completion, they're not building in phases, as it says on the slide. They're just going to build all 15 at once. They have provided us with proof of financing, and the staff and Land Bank Advisory Board, they recommend the project. I did include the Northeast Area Plan Future Land Use Map. This is in the neighborhood mixed use and lower medium density residential. And both of those allow the building types of single family homes. So for the next one we have is this project is located at Troopin Valley. This is just south of Parallel by 13th Street. The plan is to build 2 homes as proof of
I'm
concept.
sorry, Mr. Knapp.
Yes.
Let me interrupt just for a moment here. Committee, I think it might be better for us under letter A if we considered all of the properties under number 1, then all of the properties under number 2, and then the property under number 3, because all of these properties on North Halleck do logically group themselves in one geography and with one potential developer. And so unless there is concern from the committee or objection from the committee, I'd like to just stop at this point and have the committee consider this first batch of properties on North Halleck Street. Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just raising my hand because I agree with that approach. I think it would be easier for the committee to move these along. And also I think for the benefit of anyone listening to the project tonight. I will say, let me get this out because we have a lot of multiples tonight from one developer, from a number of developers. And I know in the past I had gone on the record and said I had concerns as we tried to apply these option agreement projects from the land bank about letting developers have more than a certain number. We really never reached that number. I will say that several of the projects proposed tonight are on a different level where developers are coming in and trying to develop an area, not just get 4 or 5 plots, but this is a different perspective that we're looking at tonight. So having said that, I like the idea that this is a development in the bigger sense of the word. So just so I have that on the record. I did have one question in particular about the 1A homes. It was mentioned that the developer wants to start in another month. So that's interesting. I just like to hear from the developer what they expect to do in another month's time. This is supposed to start in September 21. What is it, 2021?
Are we okay to take the floor or do we need to be called?
Well, I tell you what, you may take the floor when I call on you. How about that? But Commissioner Townsend has asked for someone from the development group. And I see that we have Delisa D. Rose. It appears to be the person who spoke. And if you are representative of the group that is seeking to develop North Halleck Street, we would invite you to respond to Commissioner Townsend's questions.
All right, thank you. Thank you guys for this opportunity as well. We were actually wanting to start this summer. But just due to, I guess, the meetings and when we were able to get the approval, if we get the approval today, we would want to go ahead and start grading. We were told that the permitting process is a little bit better than it is in other cities, and that you guys would be able to approve permits with the right plans within a week. If that's the case, then we would be able to start with grading surveys and just the build. Our constructions historically have taken less than 60 days. We've slated this one for 120 based on the current developments that are in process in other areas. So yeah, we would start construction. We're preparing the ground for the
Beautiful.
ones
Thank you
that
so
don't
much.
have to be combined.
All right. Thank you. This is Commissioner Townsend again. Could you talk a little about the price point on these homes? And who would be your target market?
Okay. The price points on we wanted them to stay under 300,000. For us, 200 to 250 is a great price point that allows us to be able to be sustainable, but still provide a product that most people can afford to get into. It's our opinion that everybody truly needs to own their own home. Everybody, even people that are renting. If they're renting, they're buying a home, they're just buying someone else's. And in order to do economic development, home ownership it's essential, for community development, to reduce crime, increase education, build wealth. It's home ownership at a basic level. So we would be targeting for every person to be a homeowner as an entry. And and the homes are being built from 3 bedrooms to 4 bedrooms and 2 baths. So that would include everybody, entry-level home buyers and small families with an average median income, maybe 40,000. The homes are going to be below market. So regardless of what the market is, these are meant to be below market homes, but they're luxury homes. And when I say luxury homes, they have the laminate wood flooring or even wood flooring, stainless steel appliances, vaulted ceilings, pendant lighting, granite countertops, just very affordable.
Okay, thank you. I have some other questions, but I see some of the other commissioners have their hands raised. So I'm asking the chairman to come back after I hear from some of the fellow commissioners. I do want to say I appreciate your interest in this section of the city. It's a great location in terms of highway accessibility, major thoroughfares, and would love to see some revitalization of this area. I'm no builder, but having been on this committee for a while, I'm not sure about the accessibility of the market for $300,000 homes in that area, but that's just my thought. Thank you. Yield the floor.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'll recognize Commissioner Walters.
Great, thank you. First, I think it's a great looking project. I appreciate your interest in developing in our city. My question is, I don't know the condition of North Halleck Street, and maybe this is a question for Judd as well as the developer, but are there infrastructure improvements planned as a part of this overall development?
Commissioner, we did meet with Public Works and they didn't mention that there was any planned in the area.
Does that mean that there are no improvements to North Halleck Street required or necessary?
I'm not in Public Works but I did drive by this location and the street did not look bad.
Okay.
If I could piggyback on top of Commissioner Walters for just a moment, I think some of the questions that we have been asked in the past is if water supply, for example, is sufficient, given the fact that it was probably installed decades ago when there were previous homes on that street. Is sewer system, both stormwater and wastewater, sufficient for these new homes? And so in addition to what we see on the surface, we typically have questions about the unseen infrastructure that's going to support these homes. And so my recommendation would be when you meet with Public Works in the future on similar developments, you ask exactly the question that Commissioner Walters asked. Are there any needed improvements, considering not just streets, curbs, sidewalks, and alleys, but other unseen infrastructure as well? Sorry, Commissioner Walters, I jumped right in there, but do you have any other comments or questions?
No, I don't mind you jumping in at all. That's exactly kind of what I was getting at. We're kind of cutting the number of houses in half, so maybe the utilities are just fine. But I just would like to know if the developer and the city have a plan should there be infrastructure requirements necessary.
And I think Ms. Rose has her hand up, so I'll recognize her.
Thank you. Mr. Knapp and Sinitria spoke a little bit about some of the development, some of these similar questions as far as if they had utilities or not. When the city usually gives us a permit, they'll let us know if new infrastructure is required, if the plumbing can hold or not. And the developer then has to put it in place if sidewalks are needed, if the utilities are needed, if the pipes need to be updated, whatever. We were asking whether or not the city department had any funding to help with infrastructure in the event that its new infrastructure is required. On a small level, building 6 to 25 homes, it's not going to make a significant impact on the pressure in certain areas. But if over time, if you guys really do 4,000 units, you definitely want to consider. And it was our recommendation that the city, working with us or any other developers, that the city kind of take some ownership and responsibility of that, because not speaking for ourselves, but some developers will try to do things the cheapest way, and the cheapest way may not be in the best interest of the city. So when it comes to the infrastructure, if it was me, I would say that the city would definitely want to be responsible for the type of infrastructure they want to see, underground, especially when it comes to sewer and water.
Ms. Rose, I certainly appreciate that. From our perspective, while that is absolutely the best approach, it's an approach that comes with the challenges of financing. We have, like most urban metropolitan areas, we face a deferred maintenance obstacle that we need to climb. And so adding additional new infrastructure to the infrastructure that we are already trying to repair and bring up to current from being deferred for so many years certainly will be a collective challenge for all of us. Commissioner Townsend, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, in light of what I just heard Ms. Rose say, and I think Commissioner McKiernan expressed it quite well. While we're happy to see the interest in the development, we need some type of integral plan before houses are constructed, so we know if there's additional infrastructure needed. It's just a matter of dollars and cents. So I'm hoping that before any work is actually done, that those meetings take place with our public works people and anyone else who would have input into likely infrastructure needs there. I think we need to know that. Everybody needs to know that going in, because as Chairman McKiernan has stated, we have some major infrastructure challenges throughout the city already without building. So I would like to see that as a known factor before. And I thought that was the purpose of these option agreement periods. But with the rapidity that you mentioned that you're starting to build, if we need to set this aside for another month to have that discussion take place, I would be in favor of that. But we need to go in with both sides, the city and the developers, knowing what those needs are going to be.
Thank you, Commissioner. For the rest of the committee, this is something we have talked about for several meetings, and we have not yet begun, but we have talked about the need to go back and just thoroughly review our policies and our procedures as it relates to land bank lots and development on those lots. And maybe one of the things we consider is certainly the option agreement is supposed to give a potential developer the leeway to invest in a property. But in some ways, I wonder if we've got our cart and our horse reversed. In this case, if we had solved some of these public works and some of these planning and zoning issues before issuing the option, then there might be an opportunity for the developer to have a faster path to completion. So I'll just throw that out as maybe we want to reconsider the order in which these dominoes fall for future applications for land bank parcels. I do believe Ms. Rose had her hand raised, so I'll recognize her at this point.
Thank you. Typically, the city won't issue a permit for construction on any development without things being in order. So we would basically submit the plans, engineering, foundation, plumbing, electrical, and the city would figure out whether or not utilities are there or not, and if they need to be installed. And again, a permit will not be issued for us to begin or break ground without each department taking care of and approving all of that. So to ease your mind, they won't allow it to begin without utilities. We could not begin without utilities. They would
Thank you.
imply.
I completely appreciate the fact that they will not actually allow you to begin. But in some ways, it's striking me now that maybe if we had a slightly more thorough conversation before we came to this option stage, you as a developer and us as the city would be a little bit further along in our understanding of how this project is going to take shape. That's my thought.
For the record, the developments that we've done across the country have been with land bank, with different land banks from Dallas, Georgia, things of that nature. I'm also I worked in city planning. I'm a former city planner as well. So the construction piece, from the land bank side to the city side, also real estate, I've been able to get kind of like a full view of it. The development, we have factored in that we're paying for utilities. So in the budget that we do, we factor in that we're paying for the utilities. Most cities, unless it's a major subdivision, require us to pay for utilities on the infill. Some cities have already collected an assessment that covers the utilities, but we're prepared to pay for the utilities.
Perfect. I appreciate your experience and your flexibility in this process. I was just throwing out to other members of this committee something that we might want to consider somewhere down the road, certainly not in this particular batch. I'll recognize Commissioner Johnson.
All right. Thank you, Chair. And Ms. Rose, thank you for your commitment to you and also to Ms. Monk. We appreciate your commitment to bring a creditworthy project to this area of town, which is desperately needing such development. So the lots are going to be twice the size. So we're converting 25-foot lots to 50-foot lots. Is that correct, Judd? For these,
Yes.
for all of. And that would be for all of these properties, correct?
Yes, I think they all came out to be 50 wide.
Okay, great. What, Ms. Rose, when do you think you would possibly be complete with all of the, with this batch of construction?
Build time is usually 60 days from when we break ground. In this case, because of the pandemic, we slated 120 days. Our ideal is to begin pretty much all of them at one time. It helps with pricing. It helps with a lot of other things. It keeps the cost down when you start it at once. So ideally within the next 4 months from when the permits are issued. However long it takes the city to issue the permits, we don't know. It really just depends on if everything is in place. If there are some lots that have utilities that would allow us to start before others, we would start those. So in essence, we can start whichever ones are ready.
Okay.
I think the funding that we sent for to Judd allows us to do about 25 of them at one time. We are prepared in the long run. We do want to help Kansas City develop as a whole and want to do about 500 a year.
Okay. And will you be using local contractors, minority contractors to facilitate this project?
We'll be using experienced contractors, many of which are possibly minority. The management would be coming in from out of the area in the beginning.
Okay. So will you engage? There's no real plan to engage locally in terms of any of the any of the construction and other things that would go into play?
Yeah, no, actually that's incorrect. For the last 4 or 5 months, I believe, we've been interviewing different contractors and licensed trades in the area.
Okay.
I think we've interviewed probably about 7 of them, and Satria brought on about 4 and I did about 3.
Okay.
That are currently working with other builders that build on their own, that managed other projects, that kind of know the market, know the people. So we've spent some time interviewing. We've selected about 3 crews.
Okay, great. I really do appreciate the experience that you bring to the table. I see Ms. Monk's hand is up, so I'll yield the floor to her momentarily, but I don't think we need to slow this process any further. We certainly have some things that we need to refine, which I think we all agree as committee members that we, continue to work on. But I think that the time is upon us now to begin to reshape the face of Northeast Wyandotte County. And, when we have a viable project, I think we need to move up we need to move on it as soon as possible to allow this transformation to begin to reshape and rethink what our downtown and our Northeast quarter of our city looks like. So thank you again. Appreciate it. I'll yield the floor back to the chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. Commissioner Bynum, if I could ask you to hang on for just 1 second, I'll recognize Ms. Monk, and I am assuming she's going to elaborate a little bit on the conversation we've just had.
Good evening, everyone. This is Sinitria Hampton Monk, and I am a real estate broker here in Kansas City, Kansas. I'm also the founder of KC Transitions. This is a nonprofit organization that helps people to transition from instability to stability, whether it be in jobs, homes, or anything else that they may be experiencing in life. I really would like to thank you all for the opportunity to speak this evening. In regards to the contractors, I am born and raised Kansas City, Kansas, and I serviced the Northeast End as a child. And grew up in that area, servicing community and being a member of churches in that area. It was very important to me to do something in that area of where I literally spent more than half of my life. I also am a graduate of the Ready and REAP programs, which the unified government participated in sponsorship. I did not have the experience myself, but what I learned in those programs was the importance of bringing experienced people to projects that we can move things and get things rolling and move it off the ground. That's where Delisa Rose came in. Because I did not have the experience in development, It has always been my vision since 2007 to make sure that that area became more and more alive. I am appreciative of the unified government for sponsoring those programs, because when I applied before, I was always denied because I lived in Kansas. But I wanted to take the knowledge and the experience that I gained there and put it to use to let the unified government know that their dollars were not put out in vain, and that me putting my experience and taking my time to learn these processes in order to help my community was not in vain at all either. But employing minority contractors is a very important part of this project. As Delisa had stated, we are looking to employ minority contractors on all levels, but we are also ultimately looking to get the job done with quality workers and quality people. But it is a consideration, high consideration, to use minority contractors.
Thank you, Ms. Monk.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Commissioner Bynum.
Thank you, Chair McKiernan, and I want to thank the applicants for the project. In looking at the area, Halleck and Franklin, which is just the next block north of Parallel, it appears that there are brand new sidewalks and also brand new storm drains on all four corners of that particular intersection. So it's nice to know that there's some new infrastructure in place in that area, which I think is really helpful. I don't know if those sidewalks are an extension of a Safe Routes to School project or possibly from a project going along with parallel reconstruction. I do not know, but they are there and they are quite nice. And the only thing missing is some new homes. So I really do appreciate the project. And Commissioner McKiernan, I'm going to agree with you, even though I don't regularly sit on this committee, that perhaps if we could know more about infrastructure needs as your committee contemplates option agreements, that might be really helpful. Thank you.
You are very welcome. And certainly when we're doing one at a time, a lot at a time, that is less of a consideration. But when we get developments that are on this scale, it certainly becomes much more a consideration that we and all of our staff need to take into account. Do I have any other questions or comments from members of the committee? Commissioner Townsend. Oh, it came and then it disappeared. There you are, Commissioner Townsend.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Going to, excuse me, just a minute. Thank you. On-site technical difficulties.
It's all good.
I was going to say, with regard to nearby new sidewalk infrastructure that I believe is on the east and possibly west side of 5th Street headed north. About 8 years ago, when I came into the commission or on the commission, we were in the midst of, I think, KDOT supported sidewalk widenings. So I think that may be the result or the origin of the new sidewalk and infrastructure work that Commissioner Bynum made mention of. I also want to say again, this area, new homes there, I believe would be a great complement to the work that was done by Reverend Backus and Mount Zion. There is a Zion Homes project near 5th and Parallel, but it's about south and east of this project that's being proposed here. So I believe that would be a good complement. I will also share again the price point concern. That's what I'll call it. I'm happy to see the proponents come forward in this area. I am just a bit concerned about the price point, because that was an issue that ultimately led to the Northeast Master Plan for me, when I was asked why homes weren't selling 13th and Quindaro, new homes, nice homes. So we always want to keep in mind who may be the actual purchaser and end user. But again, I appreciate your interest in that area, in this area. And I think it's a great area for development. I agree with Commissioner McKiernan and Walters that here on integrating infrastructure needs or what could be done, it will be a must for these option agreement projects as we go on, especially the ones of the larger scale. So, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Ms. Monk, do you have some feedback for Commissioner Townsend?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Ms. Townsend, Commissioner Townsend, I would like to state, just to clarify, the price point when we were specifying, we stated that they were under 300,000, and that is due to what we've considered in the market. Our price point will be between 200,000 and 250,000. There are houses that have sold, and we sent the information over to Judd as well, where we put comps in the areas where they'll be under what some of the homes, even in Zion homes, have sold for. So I think there was a comp in there for 265,000 that Zion homes had sold for. We pulled some of those comps and sent them over. But we are not selling at 300,000, but we will be selling between 200 and 250,000, if that clears it up for you.
Thank you. It does. Again, I'm just concerned about who the market will be, who would come in and pay that in the area. So if you're looking at persons who may be coming from other areas, I'm looking at who's there. I'm anxiously awaiting census tract information just to see. So I don't want to be discouraging about it, but I know that is an issue. So thank you.
Ms. Rose, did you have something to add?
Marketing is really important on it, but we also sent Mr. Knapp a listing, some CMA, comparative market analysis, if you will, for today. That was pulled today. And the number of homes that are available under a certain price point are almost non-existing. What I'm really saying, forgive me, I'm trying to multitask, but it wouldn't be a problem selling them whatsoever. As a developer, we have to price them to sell, not outprice the market. We do expect that over the next 5 years, because we would like to continue to help Kansas develop, that the prices will go up just because the market will go up. Right now, there's a shortage of housing. I think we were trying to get your exact numbers just for your specific area, but I think Judd spoke with an appraisal and said prices are going up 10%. We typically across the country right now, they're 26% going up. The supply, we have only 1.4 million homes being built across when we need like 2 million, as a nation. So there's a shortage of homes that are available, but the pricing isn't going to be an issue because we won't outprice ourselves to be able to sell it. And again, we would be pricing it below the market. So that means whatever is being sold, we are going to price it below. So we want to be the most affordable, best quality price, highest quality product wherever we go. And we are all bringing in something that's not available. So if the product was there, people would actually buy it. And you can tell that by the information that we sent over to Mr. Knapp as far as days on market. People are listing homes and then getting offers above what they're listing them for, and they're not staying on the market for more than a week. The issue is that there's not enough supply to, for the buyers. But you'd be amazed. And after both Sinitra and I have great real estate experience, I'm a real estate broker, so was she. The only reason you haven't seen people buy is because they don't have any supply available in that price point that they'd like. So they would rather rent something that's in better condition than buy something that's falling down.
Thank you, Ms. Rose. No pun intended, it will be a building process. Commissioner Johnson?
Thank you, Ms. Rose. I could not agree with you more in the statement that you just made. Rising tide lifts all boats. And as we talk about the need for amenities in Northeast and in downtown, one of the things that we all talk about is we need more rooftops. And we need more rooftops with a varied amount and certainly higher income bracket range to help to support the economy on the east side of Wyandotte County. And so these houses, and again, we already know, everybody on this committee knows that housing stock is desperately needed all over the metropolitan area, but certainly in Wyandotte County. These houses will be less than, well, I would say 5 minutes away from downtown Kansas City, Missouri, and all of the amenities and what do I want to call the entertainment venues that we have down there. And they will further help to bring more amenities to downtown as well as Northeast. With that, Chair, I would just say I would move for approval as submitted for this particular item.
Townsend, second.
Fantastic. We have a motion and a second to approve as submitted. Before we take a vote on that, I would ask if there is, we want to see if there's been any public comment or is any public comment on these. I do see that we have one hand up in the attendees. If the clerk's office could help move Groundwork NRG over so that they can speak. And then I would ask if there's anyone else who is currently in our attendees list on Zoom. If you'd like to make public comment, I'd ask you to raise your hand and we'll be able to work you in as we go. I do see Ms. Elnora Jefferson has her hand raised as well. So we'll just get everyone queued up there. And I guess I'll ask the clerk's office, do we have Groundwork NRG? And I assume that's Ms. Rachel Jefferson, ready to speak.
We do, Commissioner.
Fantastic. Am I right? Is it Ms. Jefferson with Groundwork
Yeah,
NRG?
It's Rachel Jefferson, Executive Director of Groundwork Energy.
Thank you. If you would just, for our records, just go ahead and give not only your name, but your city of residence, and then we'll have up to 3 minutes to hear your comments.
Okay, before I give comment, may I ask a process question, clarification on process?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all these applications are going to be broken up into blocks, so there will be a vote on these blocks of applications. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so there will be opportunity for public comment at each vote period.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. All right. Rachel Jefferson, my city of residence is Kansas City, Kansas, and I am the Executive Director of Groundwork Northeast Revitalization Group. I really appreciate the ability to speak here today in front of the commissions and commissioners, and I really appreciate the development proposal that's being put forward here today, along with all the other development proposals. Just as a couple of points of clarification with the land bank advisory board vote, quote unquote vote, there actually was some objections that were raised in regards to this project, and I thought that those would be shared with the committee. But I did raise some at the Land Bank Advisory Board meeting, and we did have discussion. So I would hope that in the future, Land Bank Advisory Board comments will be included in the presentation because there is not an actual vote that occurs anymore in terms of the Land Bank Advisory Board. And it's more just if you don't want a proposal to go forward, then you have to say that. So I think there needs to be a little bit clarification around that Land Bank Advisory Board voting process. Second of all, I want to mention that the median income for Northeast Kansas City, Kansas is $20,000. It's less than half of the county of Wyandotte County. So when we're talking about homes at a $250,000 to $300,000 price point, I also share concerns, as Commissioner Townsend voiced, that who are these homes really going to serve? Are we really trying to make homeownership a possibility for those that live in Northeast KCK? Or are we just surely inviting new people in, which is not a problem, really what we're doing here. And so I think that we need a point of clarification around the fact that, home ownership for the people of Northeast KCK who live there now and have a $20,000 median income is not really what this project is about. And with that said, I would just like to also say that the Northeast area neighborhoods are at risk of being permanently destabilized by this cycle of land speculation and equitable development and the
You have
ever-present
1 minute remaining.
long-term displacement. While our organization believes in the need for economic development initiatives in Wyandotte County, we also believe that intentional and transparent decisions should be made regarding the types of development practices that we invite and honor. Projects which are considered unaffordable have not engaged deeply with the existing community, have not been coupled with enforceable anti-displacement strategies, are the types of inequitable economic development initiatives which we like to discourage. As a value partner in the unified government, we wish to collectively urge and envision reform to the land bank's current policies and procedures to ensure a future for the Northeast KCK area, which is centered around equitable economic development, historic preservation, restorative land practices, and social cohesion. I would strongly encourage that the unified government consider working with organizations like mine and other residents to come up with a strategy that truly does lift all boats and does not actually end up in displacing residents who have been here despite the decades-long
Your
disinvestment.
3 minutes have expired.
All right, Ms. Jefferson, I will, although you and I had a little process conversation, so I will allow you to complete the comments that you're currently making. If we could allow Ms. Jefferson, Groundwork NRG, to unmute.
Yeah, okay. Thank you so much, Commissioner, for allowing me.
Absolutely. Trying to get my timer to stop here. There we go. Because you and I had a process conversation, I'll allow you some additional time to finish the comments you were making.
Oh, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. So again, I just want to really emphasize that while Groundwork Energy is definitely in favor of economic development, we believe that economic development must happen in conjunction with the residents, include things like minority contractors, not as a consideration, but as a requirement, include things like community benefit agreements, include things like a consideration for community land trusts, and that all should be negotiated between the community, the unified government, and the developers, who oftentimes are left unaware of things like narrow lot guidelines until they come to get a building permit, or unaware of what utilities exist in an area until they meet with Public Works Department. I appreciate that these developers have done a lot of that homework up front, but I agree that that is not always the case and is actually also inequitable to developers who want to invest in our area. So with that, I'll end my statement and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Jefferson. For all of our community partners, I think we have been threatening for many months that we are going to do a deeper dive into our policy and guidelines for the land bank. And I can guarantee you that process will be commencing very shortly. So look forward to an invitation, all our community partners, because we do want to break it apart and put it back together and make it better than it was before. I do believe we had Ms. Elnora Jefferson, who also had her hand up. Ms. Jefferson, if you are unmuted, if you just give us your name and city of residence, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much, Commissioner McKiernan. My name is Elnora Tellis Jefferson, and I'm a resident of Kansas City, Kansas. First of all, I appreciate the amount of depth and information that I've learned just by looking and listening to this application. But I do have the following questions. When we talk about the progress of working with local contractors, and I understand that the developer would be looking for experience as well as looking for minority contractors. The question that I have, though, goes a little bit further in, is there anything that is planned to raise the level of money that's available to the contractors who perhaps are not associated with contractors, or the subcontractors who are not associated with contractors, so that we are able to build another group of people who have skill sets and trades and that type of thing, kind of like a mentorship, I guess, kind of a mentorship. I'd like to know something about that. The other piece is the housing most certainly is one of the social determinants of health. And as we all know, in trying to raise and wanting to raise our standing, county standing in the state, there's some other things in addition to housing, basically education, medical, transportation. And I was wondering if the developer had on the side or something in the proposal that talks about the proximity of the residents to schools, to medical, and also transportation. And then finally, well, no, I had two other things. The other thing is history. As you know, we are undertaking the History Trails Project. We had a kickoff on Friday, and it just hit me, maybe it's hit others already, that on these vacant lots, we really don't.
You have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you. Until we get into the process, which vacant lots have historical significance or not. We have another application that we'll be hearing tonight that certainly does. So I wanted to find out how is that going to be addressed, or could it be addressed if we find out that one of these or more of these lots having a significant historical significance. And then the last is Spec Chem. Spec Chem is right there on the east side of 5th Street, and they certainly have expanded their operation. So then my question goes to the environmental assessment. Environmental assessment only with the air, but environmental assessment on the lots. Because lead and asbestos is in the soil, it does not wash away. And so what is the developer's responsibility and commitment as far as abating the contamination of the soil? And thank you so very much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Jefferson. Just to remind everyone who might be speaking tonight that this is a public comment period. Ms. Jefferson had several questions. Those questions will not be answered here tonight, but rather we will take those. I've been writing those down. We will take those back and we will work on getting more information related to those questions. And then we can circle back at a later time to the person who offered the comment and reconnect and provide more information at a later time. Do we have anyone else from our Zoom attendees who'd like to offer comment on these first applications?
There are no hands raised.
Thank you. Did we receive any comment via email prior to the meeting?
No comments were received.
And finally, do we have anyone in the lobby who has indicated a desire to speak?
I'm not seeing anyone.
Fantastic. With that, there has been a motion and a second to accept this first group of option applications as submitted. Roll call, please.
Roll call, Walters.
Aye.
Johnson.
Aye.
Townsend.
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
McKiernan.
Aye. Thank you, committee. We're through item number 1. But we're just picking up steam now. So that takes us to block A2. Mr. Knapp?
All right. So this project is located at Chirpin Valley. This is just south of Parallel by 13th Street. The plan is to build 2 homes as a proof of concept and have the community tour the completed homes and give their feedback. Then the developer plans to take that feedback and scale up the project to 200 plus homes. So the houses are 3-bed, 2-bath, 1,100 square feet. They plan to start in fall of 2020, and they're supposed to have they want to move very quickly to have their first 2 completed a month after the construction starts. Staff advisory committee did have a comment about there's too many lots for 2 homes. The developer's response was we're requesting more lots to make sure that we can build 2 homes. If we find problems with 1 lot, make it unbuildable, it would be great to move to the next lot. So the land bank will only deed 2 lots out of these 6 that are requested with this application. The developer did supply us with a proof of financing letter. And here is a picture from the neighborhood. It's in the lower medium density residential, and the allowed building types is a single family home. So that would conclude for this one, for this application.
Thank you, Mr. Knapp. So we have these on Lafayette Avenue. I know that the developer is present if we do have questions, but I'll ask if the committee has any comments or questions regarding this block. I'm not seeing any hands up from Commissioner Bynum.
Thank you. I guess my question is, we're going to only transfer or option 2 lots, but does this developer have the opportunity to continue to build if these 2 lots are successful? What will come of the other 4? Will they just transfer back into the land bank inventory?
I believe they will have to resubmit another application for the other 4.
Okay.
You know, committee, at this time, I see that Mr. Rick Warner, who made the application for these lots, is with us tonight. And Mr. Warner, if you wouldn't mind, if you could just share with us briefly your vision, not only for the short term, but for the long term on these lots and this project.
All right. So it's great to say that we're going to build the best, brightest, shiniest new homes and show you pretty pictures. But our approach is we want to actually come in, build these 2 homes, invite neighborhood groups, invite the Unified Government Commission, invite any and all stakeholders to go through these 2 first homes and give us your feedback, what you like, what you don't like, what you'd like to see changed. I'd love for everybody to go through and say they're perfect the way they are. But we really want to build these first 2 as our proof of concept and then get community feedback. If we are able to satisfy the community by listening and incorporating their feedback in, then it'd be our plan to come back to the land bank, submit for additional lots, and continue to build this process and build these homes.
Fantastic. Thank you, Mr. Warner. We do appreciate that. Once again, I'll ask if any members of the committee have comments or questions regarding these. Mr. Warner is available to answer questions if you have them. If there are no questions, we would both entertain a motion and we'll look to see if there's any public comment on these applications.
Fine, and move approval.
Townsend, second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the option applications as submitted. I did see a hand that was over in, I see that Ms. Rachel Jefferson has been moved over now to a panelist. Ms. Jefferson, did you have public comment on this application?
Yes, Commissioner, I did.
Thank you. If you wouldn't mind, go ahead and name and city of residence again, and then 3 minutes for your comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Rachel Jefferson, city of residence is Kansas City, Kansas. So again, I'd like to mention that the Land Bank Advisory Board box is checked on this. However, I did want to clarify again that there is not an actual vote that is taken at the Land Bank Advisory Board. It's actually more of if you don't put forward an objection, then it moves forward. And at least that was my experience at the last Land Bank Advisory Board. An actual vote was never held. So a question for the developer, one of my things is I think it's great that you plan to build these homes and have tours and ask the community what they want and what they think. However, I'm wondering why that process could not have happened up front before the option agreements or as option agreements were being developed. And again, working for a grassroots community organization, I'm going to sound like I'm beating the same drum here, but it is so important that community residents and neighbors are aware of what is coming into their neighborhood and have the opportunity to provide feedback on the front end. No one is trying to get into a position where developers are dissuaded from, investing in the area. However, it is critically important that residents are involved in that process so that they are self-determined over their future. They are not displaced. They are able to enjoy the fruits of this new investment. They're able to actually consider home ownership as an option. I mean, these are things that, again, and we just need a strategy. We need an equitable economic development strategy in place in the Northeast area before we just keep selling off these lots to whomever wants to come in and build. Otherwise, we will see the same pattern of inequity and historical discrimination that we have seen for years, and nothing will change. So with that, those are my comments. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Jefferson. I heard two things out of that. First of all, I heard that one of the things that might be beneficial, and this would be for Mr. Knapp, one of the things that might be beneficial for us as the committee is not only to get the check mark in the Land Bank Advisory Board box, but also to get observations and comments from members of the committee. One of the things that we depend on as the committee is to get perspective from our partners who are on the Land Bank Advisory Board, and to get a sense of the nature of the feedback, I think would help certainly me, and I do believe the rest of the committee, as we make our decisions. And so, Mr. Warner, I don't know if you ordinarily, as I said earlier, this is not a question and answer period, but if you wanted to address the order in which this is going, where you effectively build the model and then with something tangible in place, solicit feedback about it.
So we could show great, pretty pictures, but then when people see the reality never meets what people envision. And so our goal here was to build to let people come touch, see, walk, feel exactly what they are, and then get community input. On a piece of paper, things look, our concern was there could be different expectations than reality. By building these two first homes, everybody would get to see reality. And so it takes any concern about, well, this isn't what we thought you were going to build. It answers those questions up front by just building two so people can see what it looks like, and then we can take all the community input that's out there.
Thank you. So we as a land bank effectively invest a little bit on the front side with a developer in putting two lots, in this case, up for option, with the thought that we have a better product down the road after doing that. I'd ask the clerk's office if we got any public comment by email prior to the meeting.
No comments were received.
And do we have anyone in the lobby who would like to offer comment on this item?
Seeing none.
Thank you so much. We have a motion and a second for item A2. Roll call, please.
Roll call, Walters,
Aye.
Johnson,
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
Bynum,
Aye.
McKiernan.
Aye. That takes us to item A3, a single home. Mr. Knapp.
Yes, this was. All right, so this is at 2703 North Halleck Street. This is in the Peregrine Falcon subdivision for a single family home. It's going to be 4 beds, 2 baths, 1,400 square feet. There was a question during our advisory board meeting of is there any restrictions on what the house could look like? And I did try to do research to find it, and we did find the redevelopment plan for Peregrine Falcon from 2005, and it said for 28 to 30 single family residential, and the average cost being around $150,000. That concludes for this application.
Very good. I think in some ways this application helps make Mr. Warner's earlier point that it's pretty easy to put a picture on a slide, and that picture may or may not actually match what is developed and built on a particular lot. I know that one of the concerns that I heard Commissioner Townsend raise was that this new home blend with the previous homes that were built on this street as a part of the development. And I see her hand is up, so I'll recognize Commissioner Townsend.
Well, you took the words right out of my mouth, and that is actually I just appreciate that. I appreciate that the builder wants again to come into a really nice area that ran into some challenges back in 08, 09, at the time it was first being developed, through no fault of the builders. It was just the economic time. So I appreciate the current residents of Peregrine Falcon and hope that as we move through this process, if this option agreement is approved, that the Mr. Grahovic will blend in to the area. I think that's something that's owed those people who have invested and been in Peregrine Falcon for a long time. So that may actually become a planning and zoning issue as much as anything else. I would move to approve this option agreement at this time.
Johnson, second.
So we have a motion and a second. I do see that the applicant is with us and has his hand raised. And so is it Mr. Grahovic? And I apologize if I pronounced that wrong.
No, that's the way we pronounce it here in the United States.
Okay.
I want to offer my deep apologies to Mr. Knapp and to everyone else involved. I had two sets of investors lined up on this seriatim, one after another, and they both backed out, expressing concerns about the high cost of building relative to the ability to obtain a corresponding sale price. And were I to move forward, I would certainly further consider the architectural issues. And I just feel terrible that I didn't find out for sure until an hour ago that I would not have the funding. And again, I apologize. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I guess at this point, we would consider this item withdrawn. I'd ask our legal representative if we can simply consider it administratively withdrawn, or if we have to take action to remove it from the agenda.
Good afternoon, this is Wendy Green, and we do not need to do any action whatsoever, and it could be considered administratively withdrawn.
Thank you. At this time, we will consider item A3 administratively withdrawn. That will move us forward to item B1, single-family homes on Lafayette Avenue. Mr. Knapp.
This project is broken down in two parts. We have the single-family homes on Lafayette requesting 8 land bank lots to build 8 single-family homes. Each home will take about 8 weeks to build. The first 4 are projected to be completed by November of 2021. And they're going to be, so I'm just going to move into the next part of it. This is part 2, and this is for 3 commercial buildings, a healthcare, a bank, and an office/community space, and 20 to 25 single-family townhomes. They are requesting for 26 land bank lots, 9 owned UG lots, so 35 lots in total for this part of the project. Here is the renderings they've provided me of the townhomes, the bank, and additional photos here. The bank is proposed to be 5,000 square feet. The community space and offices are 5,000 square feet. The 25 units for the townhomes are 3-bed, 2-bath, single car garage, 1,300 square feet. And they plan to start these in spring of 2022. I do have to say part 1 of the 8 homes on Lafayette, they plan to start as soon as they can. But they said commercial buildings take a little bit longer to do the planning and building. So that's why they're waiting until spring of 2022. There will be a change of zone needed, so there will be an additional public meeting for this. There wasn't staff in the Land Bank Advisory Board didn't have any recommendations. I did bring up the future land use map, and it is in the neighborhood mixed use, and the allowed building types for this are single-family homes, townhomes, small commercial retail, and office buildings. So it would match the land use. This would conclude the part.
And so we really have B1 and B2 that are being considered effectively together here.
I think so, Commissioner.
Thank you so much. Any comments or questions from members of the committee? Commissioner Walters.
Yes, thank you. Judd, could you go back to the original drawing that's there? So what are the widths of those lots, 1342, 1340? Are those 25-foot wide lots, or do you know?
These lots here are 50 foot wide, and these lots, well, 1326 is 25 feet.
So the plan is to build a house on the 25-foot wide lot? Is that, you said 8 houses on these 8 lots, right?
That is what they provided to me. Yes.
That's what they provided to you. Okay, well, as the process goes forward, then, as you say, there will have to be a lot of review of that. It doesn't look like the renderings of the houses that were shown sort of match up with that narrow lot. Maybe they do, I don't know. Probably have to eliminate a few palm trees or something, but that was really my basic question is, does the developer understand that those are 25-foot wide lots based on the drawings that he's presenting us?
And Commissioner, I did just measure 13, 38, and it is 30 feet wide.
30 feet? Okay, well, as I said, I think the purpose of this is to, he's interested in purchasing these lots, getting an option on them anyway. And then he will have to do his due diligence along with the city to see if they can come up with an appropriate development. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I do see that the applicant, Mr. Gwynn, is here, but I will recognize Commissioner Townsend first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Since Mr. Gwynn has his hand raised, I will just defer to him and speak after he's finished. But I do want to thank him and the persons he's working with for their interest in this area. District 1 is having an embarrassment of opportunity tonight. So however they go forward, but this is the most activity in the 8 years that I've been on here in this area. And I appreciate it. So I'm going to let Mr. Gwynn speak, and then I'll have follow-up questions, I'm sure, after that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Gwynn, if you would like to respond to the comments that you've heard so far and maybe give us a little bit more information about your plan moving forward.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. Again, my name is Eddie Gwynn. I'm the owner of Gwynn Group Properties. We've been real estate investors in the Kansas City, Kansas and Kansas City, Missouri area for over 10 years. As it pertains to the question from the other council person regarding the narrow lots, we recently attended a meeting with NRG Groundworks, Rachel Jefferson and her group, and that actual concern actually came up. So I will tell you, we will probably go back to the drawing board on some of those to make sure that the properties that we do scope to build there will actually fit and accommodate that. In addition to, after speaking with the community, there was some concerns that were raised in terms of the consistency of housing in the neighborhood, because they didn't want to have kind of a hodgepodge type development, going on where you have other types of properties being built in other areas. So we will definitely continue to do what we've done in terms of engaging the community to put there what they would actually like to see. We do have our own ideas, but I mean, we're not the ones who are actually living in that community and the ones who would actually be purchasing those homes. So that will be an ongoing conversation that we will continue to have with the community and the representatives and the advocates for that particular community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gwynn. Certainly do appreciate your investment of time and soliciting community feedback and perspective as you move the project forward. I'd ask Commissioner Townsend if she has any follow-up questions or any comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I do have both, but in light of what Mr. Gwynn said in terms of his prior engagement with community groups about what they want to see in terms of styling, I like the Miami Vice style display, but again, whether that is really fitting and appropriate for parallel, for those who may be listening, this area is going to be within walking distance of Heathwood Park to give you a visual of where this is. So, you know, I don't know if Miami Vice meets Heathwood is what people would want. And depending upon the style, that would go back to what I'm always going to ask the developers, what the price point is. Who is it that you're trying to attract? You know, the nightmare for me would be that we have these developments come to fruition and nobody comes to the party, so to speak, because they're overpriced. And we have to keep an open mind that there may be other people in other areas, other communities who are attracted to this. So we have to keep an open mind. It's not who is in the community now. We want those residents to be able to take advantage of these new developments as well. I would ask Mr. Gwynn to share a little bit more about the bank or the financial institution that he's proposing and the office community space, because those are two very much needed institutions in that area. It's beyond an amenity, but if he could speak a little bit more about that as part of the project as well, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Gwynn, I see you have your hand raised, so if you'd like to offer some additional perspective and comment.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Commissioner Townsend. The houses were really the concept of that was kind of given birth after we had scoped the commercial development. Myself and Crystal Watson, who serves as our development consultant, had worked aggressively to first secure our major tenants to go into the development. Without the commercial portion of that, I mean, you have to have something to spur the residential development. So what we have been able to do, the banking entity that we have secured, we do have them under a letter of intent, is Community America Credit Union. They have already come out. They've already scoped the site. The president of the credit union and her executive team have driven the site. They've walked the site. The board for Community America has actually already voted to move forward in terms of moving a credit union there. As far as the medical plaza, the building, the third building, not the middle building, the third building, we've secured a letter of intent from Vibrant Health. Vibrant Health will take down 30,000 square feet in a 40,000 square foot building. They will be a full medical service provider there. They will not offer emergency services. We are presently in conversation for them to possibly bring dental and or pharmacy to that particular location. In the case that does happen, they would actually end up going from 30,000 square feet to 40,000 square feet. And we would then have to expand the building because we will offer a food court in that particular building. So for building number 1 and building number 3, we are already secured with our tenants. We have them under letters of intent. They are ready to move forward. The middle building will be a community resource center. We're hoping that at that point, organizations like NRG, other community advocates, it gives them a place to call home, to house, meetings for the community, maybe smaller events, informational type settings. That will be somewhat of a speculative build. It will be built in the order of buildings number 1, building number 3, and then building number 2 will be actually the last building that we would build. But with those things being in place, the question came up from both of the entities as, what are we going to do with the vacant street behind us? Lafayette sits right behind 13th and Parallel, and you have no homes there. So when that question came up, myself and our general contractor, which is CJR Construction, they are a minority, African-American owned general contractor. They presently employ over 32 minorities and women. They have one of the largest minority contracts out at the airport right now to the tune of 7 to 8 million. They will be participating within the build on 98th and Parallel. They're also building another hotel in Kansas City, Missouri. So this is a minority owned, African-American owned general contractor that we have solicited to, in fact, do our builds. So those were the reasons that kind of spurred us to look at the rooftop situation, because it was one of the concerns of our commercial tenants. I'm done speaking.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Townsend, I see you have your hand up.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Gwynn. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Of just a follow-up question. You mentioned community space, Mr. Gwynn. And is this the space that may possibly be used with our police? I know that they're in discussions previously with the Northeast Master Plan and some discussions with the commission later about not a station, and Commissioner Johnson, Commissioner Bynum can help me with this. I'm searching for the appropriate word, but I'll just say a police presence as a community touch point and location. Was there any discussion in your plans with regard to that for this community space?
Mr. Gwynn, if you are available, there you go. Fantastic. Thank you.
Yes, yes, Commissioner. This is the proposed, or would be the proposed building for the public safety presence. This would be for community policing efforts. If in fact the commissioners and the committees, I guess, chose to move forward in that vein, we thought it would be a good idea to have a public safety office there to engage the community on a more positive note, to have community policing or community resourcing officers. So this building would serve in that capacity if the committee, voted for it and agreed to move forward in that vein.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And to Mr. Gwynn, thank you for what I consider your real thorough due diligence in proceeding with this project. It has evolved over time, and I appreciate the conversations that you and I and your team have had. And it seems to me that you have done a good job in listening to and engaging the community moving forward. I don't have any questions because I asked all of my questions in our prior meetings. I will say that this is something that I think speaks to the very issue to a certain degree that Groundworks Energy, Ms. Jefferson was alluding to, and I think by having their presence early on in this process has helped to shape this as well. So I fully support this. I look forward to your beginning this development. I appreciate the fact that you all have been patient and thorough enough to be able to get at least letters of intent from various agencies that are willing to move. So this is more than just a pipe dream. You have something that they have actually, that's not binding, but yet it gives us a real strong sense of their commitment to come into our community and provide the types of services that we've been desperately needing for so long. I will say in my conclusion that there are those that are still pushing for a full-scale grocery store in Northeast, and they would have loved to see something like that at this location. I know that that has been communicated to Groundwork NRG, and it is something that we are, for the listening community, it is something that we are continuing to work on, that we have not given up hope on that, but we do certainly want to see this project move forward. So thank you. I yield the floor, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. Before I ask if there is a motion, I do see two hands raised in the attendees list. We have Ashley Meek and Brennan Crawford. If the clerk's office could move them over, and looks like Terrell Dyer also there, and Crystal Watson is also there. So at this time, if we can begin systematically moving those folks over, so that they can offer their comments. I see that Ashley Meek has been promoted. Ms. Meek, you should be able to simply unmute, and you should be able to offer, first of all, your name, then your city of residence, and then you'll have 3 minutes for your comments.
Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Ashley Meek. I live at 9th and Quindaro. I work for Casey Healthy Kids and CHWC. So I'm pretty involved in the community overall, and I get to see things from all sides, being in the community, working for the community, and advocating for the community. And Eddie was at the meeting that we had the other day, and it was great. We ended up staying, an hour after the meeting, just brainstorming stuff. So I really appreciated the fact that he came to listen to people. My comments are basically, this is the first development that I've seen in the area that is multifaceted, that actually is trying to not just bring in higher income housing, but also engage the community. And I guess one of the things I'd like to say to the board is that when you're considering these developments, that you're asking questions about jobs, because there aren't a lot of jobs in this area, and there's not access to adult education in this area. Grocery stores and local food, there's some down the street, but even that, the grocery stores aren't going to buy into the area without having a higher income. So I guess my comment for Eddie is, I kind of thought about this after I talked to you. I just want to know what the value of a community center is going to be, considering that there are multiple in the area, versus having some type of adult education or trade school or something along those lines that will actually generate jobs in the area and increase the income for the people that live in the area that are directly in that neighborhood. Because the average income, as we talked about earlier, is about $20,000 in the area. And 18% of KCK actually has a college degree. So there's definitely a lack of education for adults, which then means lack of income. And I just would like to see more development in that area for the people that live directly in the neighborhood, so that they can actually afford one.
You have 1 minute remaining.
So I guess those were my major comments, is because everything I'm seeing, it's $200,000 to $250,000 for these houses, but you've got all these folks that, they live in, the average family income of everybody that lives in the house is only $45,000, and they're living with their grandmas and their aunts and their uncles, and they're living in very close-knit family groups. And that's because they can't afford to move out into their own housing, because there isn't an access to jobs in the area. There isn't an access to education in the area. So I guess with these developers and with your using land bank and public property, I would like you to consider ways of generating more income for the people that live there before building a bunch of houses that they can't afford.
Thank you, Ms. Meek. Appreciate the comment. As I had said earlier, this is a public comment period. It's not designed to be a question and answer period. However, Mr. Gwynn has heard your questions and can follow up with you and anyone else who is concerned. At this time, I'll move to, I believe Brennan Crawford had his hand up next.
Hey all, I'm Brennan Crawford. I'm the Executive Director and CEO of Community Housing in Wyandotte County. I'm also a resident. I live at 1108 North 19th Street in Kansas City, Kansas. I wanted to first thank all the presenters. I'm really excited by some of the things that I'm seeing, and particularly Eddie. This is actually my first time hearing sort of the full picture of this project that you're proposing, and I think that there are some really good things going on here, and actually a couple things that I would like to talk to you about at some point. So what I'll offer is I'm at this meeting today because we've been working much more closely with Groundwork Energy over the past year. We've been working in partnership with the Douglas Sumner Neighborhood Association for a long time. And for those of you that don't know, Community Housing Wyandotte County is, for the most part, the only active single-family for sale builder inside the 635 loop for a long, long time. And so the things that I'm taking from this presentation today, I wanted to draw a couple of points. The first is that, to echo a lot of Ashley's points and a lot of the points that Rachel made, the social benefit, the conversation about the social benefit involved in housing production or in mixed use production is one that I think needs to be had in a more systematic and community engaged way. And so kudos to all the developers here who have gone out to the community and started to have those conversations. As a community development corporation that's accountable mainly to residents who sit on our board, that's something that's really right at the center of our mission. And so I am delighted to see private developers engaging that process. That said, I think that while it's great that they've chosen to do that, I think that it is wise to think about ways to
You have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you. And I'm hearing that concern from lots of our partners. The other thing that I would point out is that the vast majority of these requests are centered in the historic Northeast, and the vast majority of land bank parcels are centered in the historic Northeast. So the voice of the organizations that represent the residents of the historic Northeast and of the residents themselves should rightly shape the way that we define those community benefits and measure them. So I'm just here to listen and to learn, but also to, as an active developer who's been working in these neighborhoods for many years, I just want to echo the need for a more sophisticated and comprehensive framework for evaluating
Mr. Crawford, your time is up.
benefit. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Crawford. I do believe Crystal Watson was next.
Good evening. Thank you, Commissioner McKiernan, and to all the commissioners on the standing committee and all the community residents and that are listening and community leaders. I happen to have the wonderful opportunity of consulting with the Gwynn Group on this project. And we have taken significant strides to make sure that the voice of Northeast is heard. That began with the Northeast Master Plan. And while that plan was done several years ago, almost 3 to 4 years to be exact, and we know the area has changed, we've really kind of used it, as a guiding tool to ensure that we're within what the voice of the people want. Secondly, I also want the community to know and the commissioners to know that when it comes to the housing, we have on our team a real estate representative that has some optional plans for folks to be able to afford the housing. So while they will be market value, we're putting together plans to give options for residents and working with local banks to do that. And we're very excited to be able to share that as time goes on with this project. And thirdly, we again echo Ground's work for their concerns with land bank and having the strategic plan. We fully support their efforts in that. And in addition, we also support and ask the commission to truly, I look forward to seeing what you have coming out in the months to come when in regards to continuity and consistency. And so one of our concerns is as developers that we are all working off the same page. We want to see the same quality and that we all take significant efforts to meet with the planning and land use group and work closely with them because we'll find that process will go a whole lot easier if we include them early on in the stage rather than kind of midway to last part of the process.
You have 1 minute remaining.
So I applaud the commissioners tonight. I applaud you all for looking at these opportunities that we have forward. And I want to give a big shout out to Commissioner Townsend and Commissioner Johnson, because I know District 1 and 4 kind of butt heads together. And we appreciate your guidance and support and to Ground's work and everyone associated with them who are willing to listen as well on their end. It takes all of us to make a teamwork. Teamwork makes the dream work.
Thank you, Ms. Watson. For the clerk's office, I do see that Groundwork Energy has a hand up in the attendees. If we could move them over to panelist again. I'm assuming they want public comment on this item as well.
Yes, Commissioner Terrell Dyer also had his hand up.
I apologize. You've already moved him over and I skipped right over him. So, Mr. Dyer, you have, if you would please give us your name and your city of residence for the record, and then you'll have 3 minutes for your comments.
All right, I want to first say thank you for the moment to speak. My name is Terrell Dyer. I stay in Kansas City, Kansas. I'm with the organization Project Rally. We do a lot of our work in the Northeast area, the area that we've all been kind of talking about as far as these developments, which is good to see people who are, looking for this area to be developed. You just say it's been a while. But one thing I just want to touch on is just seeing how the lots have been available is just kind of understanding if the land bank can look into any way of being consistent with how these parcels go in the Northeast area, because just seeing how parcels are being voted on and developed on as far as everyone speaking on them, the inconsistency of the land bank, I feel like we should work on policies to where whether you're a community member or your organization on having a pathway to do development or to have ownership over the land. We ran into a lot of bumps and bruises early on when we first looked in parcels in the Northeast corridor on 18th Street between Hiawatha and Yecker. And we first came in looking to buy the parcels as we seen them as a residential area. And we met with the land bank, and they then told us to come back later on to tell them what we wanted to do with the land. So we came back later on and also told them what we wanted to do with the land, which then the parcels were moved to, some of them were moved to commercial lots. And so soon after that, we were told, we'll bring a proposal to what you want to do with the lot. So we brought a proposal later on, which we turned it in. We turned it in 2018. And so we did that. And then we were asked to bring a development proposal. So we also brought a development proposal, which came in with the master plan. So we also were told back after that to come back with a revision to fit the master plan for our development proposal, which we did. And soon after a while, we just kind of feel like the goalposts continued to move. And also on this land, we had invested with the EPA on doing our first phase and everything. And so right now I'm just raising the question as far as just being a consistency with the land bank on how, if anyone of the area, a resident or organization looking to development like any other developer, can have the same support in bringing upon their development as long as it's fitting guidelines with the community and other things that the community need underneath the master plan, if you want to call it. So that was one thing I wanted to touch on and see if we can work on any policies that show people the way, because I feel like we started to get misled by the land bank. And I would hate to say—
Mr. Dyer, your time is up.
Mr. Dyer, appreciate your comments, and I'm familiar with your historic interactions with this committee, and I'll just tell you that what you are bringing up is one of the things that we as members of this committee understand that we need to address. And that's why as we go and break down our current policies and procedures and re-examine how well they work for the community, I can pretty much guarantee that you will be tapped on the shoulder to give us some additional perspective and to give us your review and your feedback too. So be ready to lend a hand, because that is somewhere where I am confident members of this committee want to go with revising and improving our policies for land bank lots. I do believe we had, Groundwork Energy is over now. If I assume that's Ms. Jefferson, if you could once again just confirm your name and city of residence, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you so much. Rachel Jefferson, city of residence is Kansas City, Kansas. I would like to really thank the commissioners and thank you, Commissioner McKiernan, for understanding what you're hearing tonight from various residents who are speaking, the need for reform in terms of land bank policies and practices. And I think that it's very clear that we have seen things happen on both the resident side of things and the developer side of things that makes it difficult in interacting with the land bank. And so I just want to kind of underline that point. We originally came here with the intention of asking the commission to put on a hold on properties coming out of the Northeast area until we can get that overall strategy, until we can, as you say, break it down, pull it apart, and put it back together again, because it is so critical that we have that in place as we move forward with these lots. Now, I understand that these developers here tonight have done their due diligence, have followed as far as they know what they need to follow in terms of the bare minimum requirements. Some of them have gone above and beyond, such as the Gwynn Group, who has reached out to community residents, who has sat and who has listened. And we would like to see that as a model going forward. So while we would like to actually request that a hold be placed on lots going out of the land bank, and understand that might not be possible tonight, that is something we would like to see until a strategy could be put in place. And I would like to suggest that some of the work that the Gwynn Group has done is a model for how that type of activity should take place with developers who wish to come into the community, spend their time and their investments, which are certainly valued, in working with residents on the front end to make sure that, as Commissioner Johnson said, all ships are rising equally. I would also like to state, like Crystal stated, that the Northeast Area Master Plan was completed in 2018. And that is 3 years ago. And that was before all the social and political upheaval and disruption and frustration that
You
we've
have
seen
1 minute remaining.
in the last year or so. So I would like to say that I think there definitely needs to be a revisiting with the community in terms of whether a Northeast police substation is actually the thing that they still want to see in their community, if they truly believe more policing is the solution to the issues that we see at hand in the Northeast area. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Jefferson. I've made note of your request that we consider a hold, and that will be something that the committee will consider in the future, but as you pointed out, not this evening with these applications. I don't see any other hands up among the attendees. I do see that Mr. Gwynn has his hand up, and although this normally isn't a back and forth time, Mr. Gwynn, I will recognize you and ask you to, if you can, please keep your comments brief, because I do think you have some response to what you have heard tonight.
Yes, sir, and I'll be very brief. Just again, we really appreciate all the feedback and definitely understand the concern. Mr. Brennan Crawford, very familiar with your organization. I apologize that we did not get a chance to, in fact, meet with you, but I believe it was Commissioner Townsend that asked about the training. I just want to say our goal is to have at least 65 to 70% minority participation on this project. There will be some scopes on it that will be more harder than others in order to fulfill certain areas. There will be an on-the-job training component to this, to engage not only the resident, but resident businesses that are also in the area. Some of these businesses right now are not up to capacity that could facilitate some contracts of this size, but we will look to help to scale up those businesses as much as we can. And I believe our consultant, Crystal Watson, pointed out, just want to highlight again, I'm a landlord in this area. I presently have people that are paying me $900 a month for rent. If you can afford to pay $900 a month for rent with the right type of home ownership training and credit training, which we will in fact partner with Community America. Community America has agreed. This will be one of the things that we will use that community resource building for. Home ownership training, facilitating classes on construction, facilitating classes. Sorry, I had a phone call to come in. Facilitating classes on construction methodology, things of that nature. We will completely engage the community to the fullest to utilize every resource that is available. The one thing that I did not point out, and I'll close with this, I am from Wyandotte County. I went to Quindale Elementary School. I went to Northwest Junior High School. I graduated from Sligo in 1986. My children and my grandchildren presently live in Northeast Wyandotte County. I'm not in this for a financial reward. I'm in this, and I think I can speak for Crystal and say the same thing. We're both in this to give back to the community that gave birth to us. So even though it is a for-profit endeavor, the overall need for what we're proposing goes far beyond the profits. I'm done speaking. Thank you, Commission, for letting me speak tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Gwynn. We certainly do appreciate that. I'd ask the clerk's office if there were any comments that were received by email prior to this meeting on this topic.
No comments were received.
Fantastic. Committee, at this time, the floor is open for a motion if the committee so desires.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Townsend move to approve.
Johnson, second.
We have a motion and a second to approve these option applications as submitted. Roll call, please.
Roll call, Walters,
Aye.
Johnson,
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
Bynum,
Aye.
McKiernan.
Aye. Thank you so much, Mr. Gwynn. We look forward to some amazing things on the north side of Parallel in the 13 and 1400 block. That takes us to our third group. We have item C1.
Yeah, so there's, what's this? So the first one is at 748 Lathrop Avenue. It's for a duplex. This is currently zoned R2 and is surrounded by duplexes currently. Here's the staff and the Land Bank Advisory Board both recommend the project. The next one is from the same developer for 700 North 75th Street for a duplex. It is zoned RP5 and will support a duplex to be built there. The staff advisory committees were looking at it and said that there might be something else with that parcel. That's why it's so funny looking that when they originally parceled out that parcel, that it could have been due to like some kind of stormwater issues, and they are looking into it currently. So that was the only comment I had. Commissioner, I could go on to the next one, but it's a little different from these first two.
Let's go ahead and I would ask the committee if there are any comments or questions or a motion on C1, the two duplexes.
Commissioner Bynum, I would make a motion for approval on those first two.
Johnson, second.
So we have a motion and a second to approve these as submitted. I would ask if there's any comment on this particular application.
No comments were received.
Thank you so much. Seeing no hands raised among the attendees, roll call, please.
Roll call, Walters,
Aye.
Johnson,
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
Bynum,
Aye.
McKiernan.
Aye. That takes us to C2. Mr. Knapp, I do believe we have seen these in at least a preliminary form before. Your presentation, please.
You've seen them last month at the last standing committee meeting, and it was held over due to some questions. So this construction is for 8-unit row houses with accessory dwelling units behind them above a 2-car garage. So some of the questions we had last month was parking. It would require, I talked to planning, it would require 3 spaces, so a total of 24. And planning also said it may require a variance. The next question was for the school district, if the school district was interested in the lots. We did find the Douglas Sumner master plan from 2007 had the soccer field that was not in the project location. We have since talked to the school district, and they have told us that they are not interested in the lots. Next is the Northeast Area Master Plan Land Use Map, and this is in the lower medium density residential, so that means the allowed building types are townhomes. And the developer has also met with the neighborhood group. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Knapp. Any comments or questions from committee members? Commissioner Johnson.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I don't know if representatives from the neighborhood are on tonight, But
They
I will
are.
ask Mr. Knapp if are you satisfied that all of the questions that the neighborhood have been addressed satisfactory relative to their questions?
Commissioner, I did not get a list of questions that were asked.
Okay. Well, I'll hold my comments till later. I do hope that there is representation tonight to be able to speak to those questions. With that, I'll yield, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. At this time, I see Ms. Beverly Easterwood has her hand raised among the attendees. If the clerk's office could help move her over. I do believe she is a representative of the neighborhood. And as soon as we get her technically moved over, I'll recognize her to give her name and city of residence, and then have 3 minutes to make her comments. Ms. Easterwood, are you with us?
I am, Mr. Chairman. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Yes, I would like to say that our group did meet with by Zoom with Mr. Maffrey, and there were some adjustments that he said were going to be made in his projects, such as reducing the density from 5 bedrooms to 3 bedrooms for 5 of the 8 proposed units. Also, I spoke with planning and zoning, and they stated that there would be 32 parking spaces required. So if those adjustments were made to the proposal by Mr. Maffrey, we would be in favor of it. However, unless those changes are made, we would not.
Thank you, Ms. Easterwood. With that input, any other comments or questions from the committee? Commissioner Bynum.
Thank you, Chair McKiernan. I would be interested in understanding the developer's thought process around a 5-bedroom unit.
And if the clerk's office can help me, I am not 100% certain that we have the applicant with us, either in the panelists or the attendees.
I believe he's in the panelists.
Oh, he is?
Mr. Maffrey is online.
Fantastic. If we could move the applicant over so that he can engage. Oh, there it is. I see him. He is on the panelist now. Mr. Maffrey, if you would want to offer a little perspective and a brief response to Ms. Easterwood and Commissioner Bynum.
Sure. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Bart Maffrey. I'm a resident of Overland Park. I did live in Strawberry Hill from 1979 through 85 when I was kind of moving around during and at the end of college. My father owned a business on Strawberry Hill for about 25 years. So I have ties to KCK. I want to, I got started in this project in this whole movement, let's call it, because I realized a better way to build affordable housing and workforce housing without LIHTC and without wood, and better, faster, operates better. And I've just made a lot of progress. And I will say, just because I don't want to forget, I tend to run on sometimes. So I want to get to the matters at hand first. When I met with the community, everything they said is accurate. I took a good look a few days ago, and we will easily have 4 parking spaces per townhome unit. My math shows that we'll have 2 garage spots and 2 driveway spots. There's plenty of room when we took a good look at it off the alleyway access to have all that. I will say that we're going to produce a lot of rooftop solar energy here. These are going to be resilient, net zero housing structures, pretty much wind resilient, tornado resilient, mold resistant, 4-hour fire rating, earthquake proof. They're very quiet and comfortable. They're super efficient, but we're going to produce a scad of solar energy on the roof, enough that we will produce energy to charge electric vehicles on site. And that will be part of our product mix. I don't have the final answers on that today, but from everything I've learned about electric vehicles that are being brought on in dense markets like California and the East Coast, they basically state for every one car that is car shared through an electric vehicle program, which we can easily rent cars by the hour or two or day or whatever longer. And if we can't utilize those cars, we'll make them taxi worthy or Uber type worthy, but we'll utilize that energy. But every parking spot that's an electric vehicle, it basically is like adding 3 more spots. So we're going to basically have 32 spots, add 16 more, we're going to function like 48. And we will open up clean energy, cars for residents that don't own a car to be able to get one when they need one to go shopping, to go to Home Depot, whatever. We'll probably have a few trucks on site. At least that's our goal. And we'll head to that direction. We're only looking at around 3 or 4 years until autonomous vehicles likely start to invade our society. A lot of people don't believe that. I think, it exists today. It's just not ready for Kansas City, but we'll be ahead of the game. We'll have housing that people want to live in for the next 100 years. That looks nice, that maintains well. So that's really what we're all about. On the 5-bedroom size, I had another neighborhood on the east side of Kansas City, Missouri, in Lycan's neighborhood that they didn't demand, but they really requested 5-bedroom because they had a large number of extended families that they could not house. And so I said, I took a good look at it and said, I can do that. So that's why we started with that model. I actually have gone to 50% 5-bedroom and 50% 3-bedroom on this proposal. If we need to go to a little bit higher on 3-bedroom, we can. I just, we're going to have accessory dwelling units in the back for a lot of single people or relatives that don't want to live in the house with little kids. Maybe they want a little privacy. We'll be able to take advantage of those things. And obviously have the beginning of electric vehicle distribution for Kansas City, Kansas. So it's more than just housing.
Thank you so much, Mr. Maffrey. Any other comments or questions from members of the committee? I do see, okay, we have somebody who is, get my list here, I'll recognize Commissioner Johnson first, and then I see that we have Brennan Crawford who'd like to make public comment.
Okay, yes, I want to, and I guess some of this will be covered through the planning and zoning process, but to the point that the discussions with Mr. Maffrey and Ms. Easterwood, Mr. Easterwood walked away with the understanding that there would be 5 3-bedroom units versus 8 5-bedroom units, which I would be in support of. And I'm not sure if we can make that a requirement. The other piece is to at least say that there should be at least 32 parking stalls or parking spaces as a part of this project as a requirement as well. I'll need some guidance in those 2 areas.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'll probably end up turning to our legal counsel here in just a moment to get better direction on how we could craft that into a motion. In the meantime, what I'll do is I'll invite public comment. I'll recognize Brennan Crawford first. If there are other people, if you could raise your hands, please, and we'll get you queued up. Mr. Crawford, if you could once again just give us your name, city of residence, and you'll have 3 minutes for your comments.
Hey all, Brennan Crawford, CHWC 1108 North 19th Street. I would just say that this building technology is a really enticing possibility. It's really cool, and I think that it heads in the right direction. I was in the meeting with Ms. Easterwood and Commissioner Johnson, and I had a couple of questions about kind of how this building technology has been used in the past and whether we have any experience with it in Kansas City, and specifically whether the development group here has been able to successfully execute any of these developments. And Mr. Maffrey mentioned some work with in the northeast of Kansas City, Missouri, in the Likens neighborhood, and I have a fairly close relationship with some of the projects that are going on over there, and would love to learn a little bit more about whether he's made any additional progress over there, because my understanding is that nothing has actually been built. So I just wanted to give him an opportunity to clarify that relationship a little bit.
Mr. Crawford, appreciate the comment. Is there anyone who, and we'll get Mr. Maffrey queued up here in just a moment, and then I'll also ask, holy cow, I've forgotten your name, Miss Green, to also be, don't tell anybody, to also be ready to assist us if Commissioner Johnson wants to craft a specific addendum to a motion. So first of all, Mr. Maffrey, if you had anything to share in response.
Yeah, thanks. I thought I mentioned on the parking that I did say we would have 32 parking spaces, 2 each inside the garage and 2 outside of the garage in the driveway. There'll be a 25-foot per space or side by side for each townhome. So that's 4 spaces times 8 is 32 units. I just wanted to state that several of those will be shared, and when you share spaces, that actually increases the ability to hold more cars in theory, for at least more riders. Because a lot of times, if you just look at it, a car, for most people that own a car, it's parked 22 hours a day and it's driven 2 hours a day, something like that. With our service, most of the time that car is going to be out on trips. So yeah, it can be parked and charging, but oftentimes it might be driving 6 to 12 hours a day, which means it's satisfying what might have been 3 or 4 cars. That's the one point that I wanted to make. I don't have any problem going to 5 3-bedroom and 3 5-bedroom. To me, it's semantics. That's not a problem with logistics and planning. So consider that done. Many of you several of you in this meeting that have known me for a while know I was pursuing insulated concrete in projects, and made headway and was moving along. There are challenges. A lot of people have doubts about building with concrete. My opinion is you can build poor quality or high quality with concrete. It's a matter of the design and the contractor. It's the same with any product. Wood doesn't matter to me. It's all about design and how it's built. I found a better product in concrete that's as strong. It's actually a little bit stronger overall, but it has about 85% less weight. One of the issues I have with concrete is that you have to add a lot of steel and a lot of concrete to hold up all the steel and concrete. It becomes we'll just keep adding more, and then sooner or later you have enough. With our system, we can build just as strong with a lot less concrete. It's more like 1/2 inch to 1 inch layer around EPS, which, by the way, will be manufactured most likely down the hill on 3rd Street at Atlas Manufacturing. That will be the inside and the insulation in our product that gives us a solid shell that's very strong, provides all this resiliency. It's quick to build. Again, it has every advantage: cost, strength, fireproof, windproof, earthquake-proof, bug-proof. They don't have anywhere to hide. Mold-proof, it just doesn't mold. So it tends to hold up. It doesn't need as much maintenance. So that's a little bit about the building process. As far as lichens, I am approved to begin building over there. I'll be straight with you. Kansas City, Missouri is not the easiest city in the world to deal with. I started pursuing things in Wyandotte County, I don't know, strongly a couple months ago. On it, I still plan on building in both markets, but I think that I'll probably begin in Kansas City, Kansas first. The building process that we're using is called insulated concrete. There's other names to it, but it's been perfected in the manufacturer's out of Arizona. It's being, I don't know, 20 homes a year around. Most of these are large, multi-million-dollar single-family homes. So they're substantial and they don't want poor quality. But this process is approved now in California. I know they do a lot of building in Nevada and Utah, basically all over the Southwest. But they just recently got access to California. That should tell you how it's thought of, because California doesn't approve anything that's not finished. And, you know, if for some reason we start to build and we decide we don't want this product, we will instantly go back to regular concrete and switch. But I don't plan on doing that. I'm just letting you know I have that plan if we decide, nope, this just isn't going to work. But I've been to Phoenix 3 times to see the manufacturer build, seen their quality, the durability, and the feel of these units, and it's real housing. And in my opinion, it's the housing for the next 100 years. My general contractor, which I did not have on board when I was talking to the neighborhood, I told him I was looking for one, I believe, but it's going to be Straub Construction. That basically came to fruition about 10 days ago. They will be a key player on our team. I've got the rest of the team put together, but they will be our general contractor. And we'll be looking to hire a lot of local help. We plan on being vertically integrated with everything we tend to do with our shell, our MEP design, because it lays out with the shell. And I think I mentioned, but we are going to have scads of solar on this building and electric vehicle charging. So we will have a lot of electrical related type jobs, and finding that and handling that and being vertically integrated as a company will be important to our building process to work with Straub, and they're on board with that. So I know they kind of have KCK ties. So I think that's enough. I think I answered most of the questions, hopefully. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Maffrey. Since we're in a public comment period here, I do see for the clerk's office, Groundwork Energy has a hand up in the attendees. If we can move them over to panelist again. And as soon as they're moved over, we'll just ask you to repeat the process of name and city of residence, and then 3 minutes for your comments.
Hi, everyone. So this is actually Monica Probst-Medeiros. My city of residence is Kansas City, Missouri, but I do work for Groundwork NRG as the Economic Development and Sustainability Coordinator. So thank you for this moment. I actually just, similar to Mr. Brennan Crawford that spoke before, I wanted a little bit of a point of clarification about what I'm seeing. So just taking a look briefly at the Northeast Area Master Plan, kind of future land use planning portion, and also I believe the previous slide to this, I believe that this area is currently planned for lower medium density residential. And just so that I'm understanding what's, kind of going on with this project, I see that it was RP5 zoning. And I would just like to know a little bit about whether or not this project in particular would trigger the narrow lot sort of guidelines review. And if not, if it kind of forgoes that process through a zoning change, where is the development project kind of in that process? And while we do support the Douglas Sumner neighborhood and their support of this project, as long as Mr. Maffrey and the developers sort of meet the interests and demands, I'm just wondering what kind of enforcement measures that we are planning on being able to take whenever implementing the Northeast Area Master Plan, and how zoning has been planned for in the past. If projects such as this one, which is a relatively large project, are kind of foregoing what is outlined in the Northeast Area Master Plan, where does that kind of stop and end? And what is the point of future land use planning if it is not to sort of dictate the types of development projects that are approved or that are approved as variations from the plan? And secondly, just also for another clarification, I know that Commissioner Townsend, I believe, was asking these questions pretty thoroughly. You have 1 minute remaining. the beginning of the presentation, and I appreciate that. But what is the price point of this project? I know that you've been talking a lot about the cost of materials being less or less burdensome, rather, these types of materials that you're talking about. But if so, I would just like to know what the price point of the overall development is. And in light of that, what the affordability of these units do you believe that it will be? Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. We will, I do think it is interesting and germane to this that we hear from the developer or the applicant a little bit about the price point. The whole deal about planning and zoning review that's built into our option process now, that once the option is granted and before land is transferred and before any construction commences, these applicants do need to meet with planning and zoning and meet all guidelines set by planning and zoning for these projects. But Mr. Maffrey, if you could comment on your anticipated price point.
Yes, and I should have mentioned about rent. This is going to be multi-family development, not single family, or they are going to be townhome design, but they will be for rent. I have to rent them for 5 years based on how we finance these. Down the road, I could possibly start selling some units like condos, but that's not my plan initially. I have done my performas at below HUD fair market rate. So my best answer there, I don't want to get too boxed in on my pricing, but we intend to be at or below HUD fair market rate with our rents on a market rate project, which I consider to be outstanding.
So for those of us who can't immediately pull HUD market rates off the top of our head, throw a dart, get us in the ballpark, please.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not looking at my numbers and I look at so many, but I remember this is rent plus utilities on the 5-bedroom. It was around $1,330, give or take a few bucks. I'm trying to remember the 3-bedroom. The 3-bedroom was about $1,039. That included rent and utilities. And then on the studio, I think I had, but I want to say it was $531. The more I look at planning, I think these will probably be more likely small 1-bedroom apartments than studio apartments, but probably in that $500+ again, that's rent and utilities for that size. HUD fair market rate, I'm not looking at the but 5-bedroom unit, it's $1,785, I believe, for HUD fair market rate for a 5-bedroom. So we'll be almost $500 under that. It's probably about $300 under the 3-bedroom size, and I'd say probably like $150 under on the studio size.
Thank you, Mr. Maffrey. I don't see anyone else with their hand raised for public comment. I would recognize Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Maffrey, I will tell you, I will say that I agree with Mr. Brennan Crawford when he describes this as intriguing. It sounds like an intriguing process. It sounds like something that could set the standard if successful. We don't have anything to base this off of. We know that you're working over in Kansas City, Missouri with some projects. I will tell you that I have some skepticism simply because the projects that you've endeavored over in Missouri have not started. I know that maybe they have been harder to deal with. We've been accused of being harder than Kansas City, Missouri at times. I really, I have some skepticism myself. However, if you are willing to abide by the requirements that we have set forth, then that helps to ease some of my concern. I think what I want to get some clarity is from staff relative to what lower medium density residential is how do we define that? Is there someone from staff that can answer that question so that I can make sure that we're in the right playing field here? No one?
As I said, this is Wendy Green, and I honestly don't know. I can try to take a look at that for you and discuss this with planning and zoning and economic development, see if I can get an answer, but I definitely do not have an answer for you at this moment. But I just see Catherine appeared, so she may have this.
If you guys keep talking, I can find it. It's in the Northeast Area Master Plan. There's a whole section of
And
that.
I see
section, so.
Melissa Sieben, also our assistant county administrator.
There, Judd's on time.
Yeah, I'm not, oops. Sorry, I was on the wrong mic. I would say that typically that's going to be things that are duplex in nature, but it probably allows for exactly this type of development if what Catherine has pulled up is correct.
Okay. So it sounds
And this makes sense because this is similar to what we've seen surrounding downtown as well, and the new development that's going up off of Washington Boulevard.
Okay. Would a 5-bedroom unit versus a 3-bedroom, would a 5-bedroom unit fall within that definition as well?
I don't think it looks at unit, it looks at the type and how they're connected. Typically, single family and townhomes and duplexes, I mean, they will vary from, 1 bedrooms up to 3 and 4, and in this case, 5.
Okay, great. Catherine, did you have anything else to add to that?
No, I did not. Thanks.
Okay, all right. I yield the floor, Mr. Chair.
Well, I may yield it right back to you, Commissioner Johnson, because at this point, I don't see any other hands raised for comment. And so at this point, I need direction from the committee on where we're going to take this proposal, this application.
Okay. In light of that, Wendy, can we make a requirement relative to the number of 3-bedroom versus 5-bedroom and the number of spaces in our approval?
Yes, you would just need to craft that into your motion.
Okay. I would motion that we would move for approval with the requirement that there would be 5 3-bedroom units, 3 5-bedroom units, and a minimum of 32 parking units as part of this project.
Bynum, second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Roll call, Walters.
Aye.
Johnson.
Aye.
Townsend.
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
McKiernan.
Aye. Thank you, committee. This agenda is the gift that keeps on giving. So it looks like our staff were acting like they were at a buffet. It all looks good and you keep piling on your plate. We are now moved to item D1. That's new construction. And it looks, if I remember agenda review correctly, Mr. Knapp, we should probably break D1 and D2 into separate action items.
Sounds great.
If you'd present D1, please.
Okay. So the first one is located at the 7th Street and Troop. The idea is to have a garage that when the garage door opened, it reveals a theater inside. You have like community seating, maybe seating for like 40 people outside. There's this concept, this mission statement. It's currently 1945 is zoned C3, a commercial district, and 651, 649 is RP5 zoning there. This is kind of his bio as a playwright and director. So there's a kind of a picture of a garage, but just think of the people sitting around it, and then the garage door raises, and it's like a community theater. This will have to go to another public meeting because of the change of zone. The staff and Land Bank Advisory Board both recommend the projects. And this is also in the neighborhood mixed use zone in the Northeast Area Master Plan. That concludes my presentation on this object.
Thank you, Mr. Knapp. Committee, any comments or questions? So not scrolled to the right place. Let me get there. And I have Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know, is Mr. Robinson on with us tonight?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Okay, thank you. Well, I wanted to thank you for this unusual or certainly different approach to the use for which you're requesting these lots. Because of where they're situated, you know, in residential and mixed use, and the way I understand your concept, this would not be an enclosed theater, but the stage door, the garage door goes up and there's the stage. So those who are attending would be seated outside. So my only question or concern would be about any neighbors, noise, you know, disturbance of those who are still in that area. And also for the benefit of those who are performing, how the way this is staged might impact the enjoyment of those who are listening. So those were just my only questions for you that really weren't part of our packet. But kudos to you for an out-of-the-box use or seeking this for a land bank and the culture. But because you're talking about an outdoor kind of theater in the park, so to speak, concept, just had questions about how that would impact those who are still in residence there and how it would impact the quality of your production from street noises and other commercial buildings around. So thank you. Those are my questions.
Oh, sure. Thanks for having me on, and thanks, Judd, for connecting me with the commissioners. In terms of the physical structure and to answer your questions regarding surrounding noise or interference, we probably would have to enclose the property to some degree with some sort of fencing or barriers or something for the safety of people who are attending. It's a lot. I'm fashioning it after Shakespeare days, when they would perform during the day until it begins to get a little towards the night, and then they would be finished because there was no electricity at that time. So a lot of people don't look deep into the time of Shakespeare. They would do plays and they were finished by the time the sun was going down. So that would also help in our utilities, because we're going to be starting pretty bare knuckles here. So that would help in our utilities. So in other words, we finish before night falls, and most of the time, unless there's some special event that may carry over into the night. So that's kind of my concept of the community theater project. I was born and raised here in Kansas. This area, I also purchased a house, the red house on 7th and Troop, that has just been refurbished. It's a red and white house. Many of you may have seen as you pass by. But the last place I saw my father alive was on 7th and Garfield. It wasn't that he was killed, it's just that was the last place I remember seeing him alive. And then he went home to Mississippi and passed away. But I have done a lot of work in the New York area. I don't know if you had a chance to read my resume or anything like that. but I've spent 25 years, in the as a teacher in the New York system. I received my BA degree from Park College, and I went on to study. I received about 3 or 4 master's degrees, and while studying in New York. I will be receiving the Distinguished Alumni Award from Park College in September for my work that I did on with a play called The Buffalo Hero of World War I, the Wayne Minor story. Some of you may remember the Wayne Minor projects and housing over in Missouri. Well, I'm going to be receiving an award for that from the Alumni Association at Park College. You actually got the concept very clearly, so I'm glad that was being communicated. It is more to start as an outdoor type theater to operate in the spring and up until the fall, so we won't have the utilities. I would like to have a space where I can develop writing skills and speaking skills for the youth and for the elderly. We often forget working with the elderly, and I've worked with that population before, and I think it's very important that we continue to develop and give them something to do culturally, and that's also engaging and educational. I don't know what else. I had connections. When I first went to New York, I was commissioned by the Alvin Ailey American Dance Theater to do a biography for Alvin Ailey's For a Bird with Love ballet. So he commissioned me to write a piece for that, which appeared on the stage. And I went on to do other work with the Negro Ensemble Company. And when I first arrived in New York, the people I stayed with, the couple I stayed with, were best friends with Samuel L. Jackson and a host of other people who were on Broadway. So I got thrust right into the middle of the arts field. And then later on developed my own theater company and became, I would say, pretty much an established playwright in the New York area. But I always have my heart in Kansas City. So I brought a play back in November. I brought a play back at the Paseo Academy of Performing Arts over off of Paseo. And I'm very interested in, I've gone to a few of your meetings. I've come back to a few of your revitalization meetings. And I spoke with a couple of people and said, well, there's no arts component here. And we really need to be able to have a vehicle for our youth and our community to express themselves, to learn, to make connections, to have art as a part of our daily lives, as well as our lives in terms of going over into the professional realm. Because I have found that many of my students have gone on into professional areas, but it is the skills of theater interaction that has helped them develop professionally. So that's just something that I think is very valuable in terms of the arts. I hope I'm answering some of your more concrete questions.
Absolutely, Mr. Robinson. We do appreciate that information. I'm going to recognize Commissioner Walters at this time.
Yes, thank you. I'm having a very interesting project. Thank you for bringing it forward.
Thank you.
I am having a little trouble relating what I think the size of your building is to the number of lots that are on our list tonight. It looks like the building itself is maybe 25 feet square or so, but there's a tremendous amount of land area. Are you thinking of off-street parking or any other site development that isn't depicted? Or
Yes. I'm not necessarily thinking of off-street parking because I think the neighborhood could accommodate. I'm only considering an audience of probably maybe 40 to 50 people. So I'm not considering. I don't know. I mean, you may be able to tell me if that might really need to be considered. But in terms of the actual physical size of the theater, I'm thinking 35 to 40 feet. I'm sorry, 35 by 40 feet in terms of the actual stage, the actual garage area, stage area, and about another 20 to 40 or 30 to 40 feet of actual audience area where they could sit in a sort of a, semicircular kind of shape for them. Yeah. So a little later, might need to add maybe a room or two on the side for classroom work or any kind of writing projects or anything like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. That answers my question.
Oh, thank you.
Appreciate it.
Sure.
Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Robinson, I'm not sure that I still completely understand the layout. So let me just ask these couple of questions. And again, thank you for your interest in bringing arts to the area. First of all, are you still living in the Kansas City area at all?
I am a retired teacher and I have moved back to my mother's house here in Lafayette, which is
okay. I wasn't sure if we lost you to Broadway or not. So I'm glad to know you're local. And with the depiction up now, are you looking at or expecting that your stage would front Troop or front 7th Street? Because again, I could envision that parking and noise, if this is going to be an outside thing, would be an issue. And I know those aren't things necessarily that this body at this time would take up, but I had to share my concerns about that. That
Sure.
will be for another day. And have you had any conversation at all with some of the neighbors who may still be in that area about your desired plans?
Yes, I have. I've been in connection with the Olivet Baptist Church, which is about two doors down from the house where I bought the house. But also there's been a few people in the neighborhood that I've been discussing this with, and they seem, very interested in it. I spoke with, there's an organization who said they would be happy to lend some volunteer labor. It's called the Village Initiative.
Yes.
They're located on 27th, I think, in Quindaro. I've spoken with Lowe's. I have a connection at Lowe's, and I was able to get a sort of a price, materials price list. But the lady who was there assisting me connected me with some other people and told me that once I get started and going, that to come back to Lowe's, and that Lowe's may be able to donate certain materials and things like that. So I do need to reach out a little bit more in terms of some more community organizations and people, which I'm in the process of doing right now.
And again, do you envision your stage fronting Troop or 7th Street?
Yes, fronting Troop, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
Well, again, thank you for your interest in the arts and bringing that to this corner. It's certainly different than anything else this committee has considered in the past. So thank you. That's all.
Welcome. Right, you're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, committee. I don't see any other hands raised among the committee. I'd ask the clerk if we received any public comment through email prior to the meeting.
No comments were received.
Thank you, committee. At this point, if there is no more comment or question, we are able to take a motion on this item.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Townsend, I would move to approve this application.
Bynum, second.
We have a motion and a second to approve this item as submitted. Roll call, please.
Roll call, Walters.
Aye.
Johnson.
Aye.
Townsend.
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
McKiernan.
Aye. Committee, I had hoped that we could take a standing stretch break in between meetings, between neighborhood community development and economic development and finance. I underestimated how long it would take us to plow through these applications. If the committee has no objections, I'd like to ask for a 10-minute standing stretch break at this time. And that would put us back reconvening at 7:45.
I'm in favor.
Commissioner, were you intending to do that at the end of the economic development meeting?
I was intending to do it in between the meetings.
Okay. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we still have a couple more items, Judd. Am I wrong?
No. I was originally intending to do it between the meetings. I have revised my intent based on how long it is taking us, longer than I had anticipated, to work our way through this agenda. So with NCD, neighborhood and community development items remaining to be considered, we'll take 10. We'll come back at 7:45. We'll be refreshed, and there will be rainbows and unicorns.
Thank you, Commissioner.
All right. I don't see any objection from the committee, so 7:45. All right, I'll give everybody a little heads up that it's time for us to head back to reconvene after a short break. I would call it the 7th inning stretch, but it might just be halftime. We'll see how things go. All right, it is 7:45, and that's the time that we said we would reconvene. We are on item D2. Mr. Knapp, if you'd walk us through that one, please.
Okay, so this one is for a neighborhood convenience retail center. They don't have any like commitment letters for tenants to come in yet, but the idea is for a dry cleaner, nail salon, coffee shop, barbershop, salon, insurance, or food in these 3 storefronts. They're zone C3, so it matches the use.
Okay, Mr. Knapp, if you are talking, I must confess that I am not hearing you. If you could hold your hand up if you are hearing me. Why am I not hearing you? That's a great question.
Commissioner, we're hearing both of them.
Yeah, I heard him.
I'm not hearing anybody. That's not a good sign.
Would you like me to keep going, or can't hear me?
Hold on, Judd. Hold on for just a sec.
Mr. Knapp, are you there?
I'm here.
I can hear you now. Life is good once again. I
Would you
apologize for that.
Would you like me to start over?
No, sir. If the rest of the committee, if the rest of the committee heard your presentation, I'm not sure that it was important that I do. And so I'll just have to ask the committee if there are comments or questions for Mr. Knapp.
Judd, were you finished?
No. Let me go to this slide. The recommendations from the staff and Land Bank Advisory Boards were to approve, but during the Land Bank Advisory Board meeting, we did have a little comments on what's the use, what will actually go there between a dry cleaner. There's a difference between a dry cleaner and a nail salon. They did have a little concern about that. We were unclear, but other than that, everyone was good with the plan. The land use map has it in neighborhood mixed use, and for a small commercial retail fits the use to match this use. That concludes my presentation for this one.
Thank you, Mr. Knapp. Committee comments or questions?
No. Commissioner
Bynum.
Thank you. I just need him to go back to the slide that shows the address.
So 1135 Quindaro Boulevard.
Thank you.
Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did not have any questions that had not been answered, particularly with Mr. Judd's comments about the, I want to say proposed uses or offered uses. I think those would be great in that area. So having said that, I would move to approve the application. This is exactly what the option agreement period is for, to see what can be done with those. But I appreciate the Mr. Payne, the applicant, wanting to see some retail activity in that area. Thank you.
Walter, second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve this application as submitted. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. Before we vote, Judd, you had mentioned that there were some comments from the advisory board. Could you reiterate what those comments or questions were or thoughts were?
Yes, they believe the zoning was different between like what environmental concerns for a dry cleaner versus like a barber shop or insurance or food. They wanted a more clear definition of what was actually going to go in there. I did reach out to the developer and they said, I don't really know what will go in there yet. It's hard to get people to commit when you don't have a commitment for the property. So.
Would that be vetted out during the planning and zoning or at some other point during the approval process? Or do you know?
Commissioner, I will never lie to you. I do not know.
I appreciate that. Okay. Catherine or anyone, I just want just a quick comment on that.
This is Wendy Green. When they apply for their permits and they have to go through the planning and zoning process, I believe that they have to have some indication of what they're actually putting in, because they would have to know what the requirements would be. So I would imagine, yes, that would all get filtered out within the planning and zoning stages and their approval stages.
Very good. Okay, I just wanted to confirm that. Thank you so much. I'm ready.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. I'll look to see if there's any public comment. I do believe I saw Groundwork Energy had their hand up in the attendees. If I could ask the clerk to unmute them. And once again, state name and city of residence and 3 minutes for comments.
Hello, everybody. This is Monica Prost-Medeiros again, City of Residence, Kansas City, Missouri. I'm here on behalf of Groundwork NRG tonight. And I just wanted to thank you all for giving me an opportunity to speak to this matter. And while I do appreciate this particular developer's interest in revitalizing the Quindaro area and bringing commercial uses back to the Quindaro area, I do think that once again, a robust and transparent process with how applications are approved and development projects are understood is quite necessary. Again, just to reiterate what Judd said, one of the concerns that we did have is that there are very vast differences between a dry cleaner versus a barbershop. And we think that it is incredibly important to have a comprehensive understanding of what exactly it is that we're approving in terms of land uses prior to allowing, any projects to fly. I would also like to just take another moment, as this is another set of several parcels that we've seen from the Northeast area tonight. To first thank Commissioner McKiernan for your comments earlier, where you stated that the commission has been considering changes to the land bank policies and procedures for some time now. And I do appreciate that. However, I would like to take this moment to bring attention more so to the urgency of this matter and the potential long-term impacts of misalignment between the land bank's policies and procedures, this application review and approval process, and the Northeast area's master plan, which is why I believe we really should be working towards this now. I would like to reiterate some numbers that should really get our minds thinking of the many applicants which have been presented today. Over 60 of the lots being divvied up are within the historic Northeast. And from information derived from the land bank over time, land bank lots are historically and contemporarily concentrated in the Northeast area. So without tangible anti-displacement strategies such as community benefit agreements,
We have 1 minute remaining.
community land trusts, housing trust funds, or at the very least, meaningful community engagement at the inception of development projects, which are circulated through the land bank, the resulting housing, commercial, and any development projects risk being detached from the values, principles, economic needs, and the overall vision which Northeast area residents are working so diligently to foster and promote. So as economic development for development's sake risks long-term damage to the overall neighborhood stability of Wyandotte County and specifically the Northeast area with regards to economic development opportunities for residents, the maintenance of our current levels of racial and ethnic diversity, preservation of the unique history, culture, and character of the Northeast area neighborhoods, and increasing economic quality for longtime residents, I would urge that any applicants being passed through the committee today be involved in the ongoing discussions around equitable development practices and requirements
Thank you, Ms. Probst Medeiros, for your comments. We do appreciate them. I do believe that we have Christina Turley, and I assume this is also for public comment. Is that correct?
Hello. Hi, my name is Mike Payne. I'm actually under the Christina Turley name. I apologize.
Mr. Payne, you are the applicant.
Yes, sir.
We would be interested to hear from you.
That's wonderful. Thank you so much, Brian. Let me just first say I want to thank the UG and the commissioners for allowing this forum. And I'll tell you, Brian, if I had a radio station, you'd be the first guy up. Listen, I'm from Kansas City, Kansas, born and raised. My family goes back at least 8 generations. I recently went home to visit my 85-year-old grandmother, and I stayed at her home off of 27th Street and Brown. And when I got up to go get my wife something to drink, I had to drive further than 3 miles to find the nearest grocery store or convenience store. I couldn't go get any day-to-day items if I just needed an aspirin or a Band-Aid for my child. So my wheels had got to turning. I thought about this project for over 7 years, so it's a long time coming. But as a product of community, I can tell you that I am a part of the community, and I speak to the community on a day-to-day basis. I'm currently in Los Angeles, and I'm back in Kansas City at least 3 to 4 times a year. I really do believe that what we're doing here tonight is about community building. It's more than just the bricks and the mortar and making things look pretty. I completely understand that. After 15 years in commercial real estate here in Los Angeles, I've gained a sense of what works where and why it works. And this particular neighborhood of Quindaro, where I'm from, you can see a number of used to be dry cleaners, a number of formerly nail salons, no coffee shops, right? So in my work with the community and dealing with people, I've come across the Quindaro Center, which is the Vernon School. And I'm currently working with the Vernon School to help them with applying for tax credits and other government grants in order to refurbish and restore that area, so we can give the community a sense of pride. Because I truly believe that if we move forward with an economic redevelopment, we have to instill some pride in the community, where they live, where they sleep, where they work. When I drive past the beautiful buildings in my neighborhood, when I go to work in the morning, it makes me feel good. And I want to do that for my grandmother, for my uncle, for my friends who I've grown up with. I graduated from Wyandotte High School. I went to school as a young boy to Quindaro. I'm now a real estate developer. And I want to bring what I've learned in this big metropolitan city of Los Angeles, and I want to bring it back home. As far as uses, I think that's the beauty. We're not limited to our options with what we can put there, right? As far as community involvement, I've involved myself with the neighborhood centers to kind of see what it is that they want and need. I speak to my friends, my grandmother. I'm currently in phase 1 of this particular project. I am pricing it out, but I'd like to just make sure that I make it known I'm a product of the community, and I care about what goes there and how it's sustainable. Not only is it bringing retail, but it's also bringing jobs to the area. And for what it's worth, let go of my time.
Mr. Payne, we thank you. Thank you for your comments. Thank you for your passion in terms of helping to redevelop the northeast area of Wyandotte County. I don't see any other hands raised for public comment. I'll ask the clerk if we had any emails prior to this meeting on this item.
No comments were received.
Thank you so much. We do have a motion and a second on this item. I'll ask for a roll call, please.
Roll call: Walters.
Aye.
Johnson.
Aye.
Townsend.
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
McKiernan.
Aye. Once again, thank you to all of our applicants this evening for investment in this place that we call home. This does take us to section E, new construction. E1 is the only item here, and so I'll ask Mr. Knapp to present this one.
So this one is requesting one lot at 919 Cleveland Avenue. The applicant currently lives in 913 Cleveland Avenue. They're requesting to build a 2-car garage. Now, if you notice from this picture, you see a fence here that will help in our next photo. So here's the fence with his property line coming straight out, and he's requesting this lot to build his 2-car garage on. Staff advisory committee had a recommendation that he could possibly fit his garage on his current property since he already has 2 lots. And the land bank advisory board did not. They recommended. That concludes my presentation for this application.
Thank you, Mr. Knapp. Any comments or questions from the committee? I'll recognize Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Knapp, on the display with this application, the one that precedes the one that's up now. Okay, the requested parcel is 919. The requestor lives at 913. What's the significance of the green in these other areas? Are those parcels currently owned by the requester as well?
No, those are actually current land bank lots.
Okay, okay. And so 913, if he wants to build, he does have sufficient acreage or area at 913 currently?
That is what the staff recommended.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other comments or questions from the committee? Seeing no other hands raised from the committee, we will look for public comment. We do see in the attendees list that Groundwork NRG has the hand up, so if we can transfer them over again. And as soon as you are available, once again, name and city of residence and 3 minutes for public comment, please.
Hi, yeah, this is Rachel Jefferson, city of residence, Kansas City, Kansas. I just wanted to mention that in the Land Bank Advisory Board meeting, something that I brought up was that while it seems that this resident may have sufficient enough space to build a garage, I think it's also worth considering that this is one of the few applications that staff denied because our understanding was that they felt 919 was buildable. However, it's important for a resident, especially one who might have been caring for this property next to them, to probably have enough space for their children to play in their yard, for their dog to come out, have some activities in their yard area. And as you can see, the area that he has that he owns is very much the only yard he has, where if he builds on that, he won't have very much space at all for those types of outside activities. So I think it should be considered that he would be given 919 because if he weren't given it, he would have to build on what is his existing yard and he would not have any outdoor space. Also, what is the likelihood that someone's going to come in and pick that one lot and all of the lots in Kansas City, Kansas to build on right there? And I think that points to the larger issue of this kind of blanket black and white buildable versus non-buildable. I think there has to be some leeway given for residents who probably are taking care of these properties, honestly, in terms of them being able to live a good quality of life as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Jefferson. Appreciate it. I don't see any other hands up among the attendees in terms of public comment. I'll recognize, oops, there went one up just as I said that. I will ask Elnora Jefferson if we could transfer her over. Commissioner Townsend, I have you queued up as soon as Ms. Jefferson has finished her public comment. It looks like we have transferred her over as of now. So Ms. Jefferson, if you would, go ahead and give us your name, city of residence, and 3 minutes for your comment. Ms. Jefferson, if you are available, we show that you are unmuted, but I'm not hearing you. Once again, Ms. Jefferson, we show that you are unmuted, but I am not hearing audio. I'm hearing some audio, just not Elnora Jefferson. Staff, I don't know if there's any troubleshooting we can do on this. It would appear that she is able to speak. I tell you what, let's hold that. I will recognize Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was considering some of the things that Ms. Ms. Rachel Jefferson had said and had intended to ask Mr. Knapp if, to his knowledge, aside from the applicant here, the application we're now considering from Mr. Leyva, there'd been any other interest in that lot. Because Ms. Jefferson makes some good points, and has he indicated that in the past he'd been taking care of this lot just because of its proximity to his residence?
I do not believe, Commissioner, I do not believe that he's mentioned to me that he was taking care of the lot, but I had no other applications for this lot.
Okay, all right. I would like to know if I would be in favor of the applicant receiving the lot. What I would also like to have done, though, if the applicant would agree to it, when we have these joining lots, I would be interested to know if the applicant would agree to combine parcels. So in the event, let's say the applicant may move or his circumstance changes, that in the future, any person coming after him would know that this is the entire parcel of land related to that residence. I think there may be some benefit in that. So I would move to have this request approved with that proviso if the applicant was willing to do that. And if he is not present tonight, then just I would also move that we delay final action on this until next month so we can have that conversation with the applicant if he's not present tonight. Thank you.
Second, Johnson.
Okay, so what I just heard was that if the applicant is present, we will consider moving forward. That if the applicant is not present, we will hold this item until next month's meeting. Am I correct on that?
That would be correct, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'm looking for the applicant in the attendees list and don't see. I'm looking for Jesus Leyva. Don't see that in the applicant list. I see no hands up among the attendees. So Ms. Green, help me out here. Then I would interpret that, since I do not see the applicant here, that Commissioner Townsend's motion is to hold this for 1 month until our next meeting.
That sounds correct.
Fantastic. There's a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Roll call, Walters,
Aye.
Johnson,
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
Bynum,
Aye.
McKiernan.
Aye. Thank you so much, committee. That takes us to what is item number 2 on our agenda. A is yard extensions, 3 total. Mr. Knapp, I think we can consider all 3 of these at the same time.
All right, so the first one is at 2523 North 38th Street. The applicant currently owns 2511 North 38th Street and is currently maintaining the lot that he's requesting. It is a buildable lot. staff did also mention that there's like a total of 4 driveways that are running into this lot too, but and the Land Bank Advisory Board did recommend the application. This is in the single family area. The next one is at 1030 Quindaro Boulevard. The applicant currently owns 1024 Quindaro Boulevard. This is another buildable lot. The staff, the advisory committee said it's a buildable lot and it's in the Parkwood Historic District also. To say the applicant is maintaining the lot, and the Land Bank Advisory Board recommended the project. It's in the single family area. The next one is at 26 South Minnie Street. This is, they currently own 24 South Minnie, and this is an unbuildable lot. I don't think this picture does it justice for how steep this actually is. Staff and the Land Bank Advisory Board do recommend this. That concludes my presentation on these items.
Any comments or questions from the committee on these 3 applications? Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to speak directly to the first 2, the one submitted by Mr. Patton and the other, it's identified as blank, but I did speak to the requester who owns the property right next door to 1030 Quindaro. In both of these situations, from what I was told through the Land Bank, we have had no other requests for these lots. And both the persons who are the applicants tonight have been for several years taking care of these lots because of their proximity to their own. I have also asked them if they would be in agreement with adding these parcels or combining their parcels with the property on which they currently reside. So again, if for some reason they sell the lot on which the primary residence rests, these other lots go with it. So we don't have something hanging out if there is a change, and both applicants were amenable to that. So for those reasons, I would move to approve those 2 applications. I have no familiarity with the application from Ms. Summers. I'm not speaking to that yet, but these 2 are very similarly situated with the circumstances. So that was my motion.
So we have a motion on the first 2 of the 3 or all 3?
The first 2, because I have spoken and I know those situations very well. And again, part of that motion, and council could assist and follow up on this. I'd already spoken to her some time ago about it. The applicants are willing to combine their parcels. So, you know, these go as one. If they were ever in a position to have to sell or leave, all of this goes as one unit, so to speak, for each of them.
So I guess I would ask staff, either Land Bank or Economic Development or Legal, anyone, are there pros and cons to combining parcels in the way that Commissioner Townsend has suggested?
This is Wendy Green. Both ways, to tell you the truth. The pros would be that it would be make sure that anybody bought the lot would know that they're buying it. But the cons, I mean, the con would be if they ever decide, no, they don't want that whole yard and they want to sell part of it. Now they have to go get it replatted again. So, you know, it's 6 of one and half dozen the other at this point, to tell you the honest truth, whether we make them combine it or not.
Question, Counselor, then could we, I know we put stipulations in or conditions on sale of these land back lots before. Could we not stipulate or put a condition into which the applicants would have to agree that they could not sever it? If they accept this, then they cannot later sever it.
Yes, you could make that as a condition.
Okay, then I might.
You would have to make sure you craft that into your motion. Again, I don't I don't know that you necessarily want to do that, just because it would be easy for them to do at a future date if they want to, but it's very hard to unravel. Because they would have to go get another survey, and it would be, and then they would have to try to figure out, okay, what parcel was what, and if they start to encroach and just want to sell off part of it, it could be an issue down the road. So again, there's there's pros and cons for it both ways. I don't know that you necessarily want to make it a condition, but if you decide you want to, yes, you would just need to make sure that you craft your motion so that when you move to approve, that condition is in there.
I see that Assistant County Administrator Sieben has her hand up. Melissa?
Yeah, sorry, guys. That happens when you have your mute off. So I just wanted to make sure that everybody understands that, part of what we're working on with our neighborhoods is increasing density, not decreasing density. On a lot like this one that's currently up on the screen, it makes a little bit less sense to permanently partner the two lots, because in the future that is a viable sized property. I know there's other ones we've looked at this evening that may not make as much sense with, where they're sandwiched in between two houses. But in this case, this is definitely a big enough space that it could be its own home and function nicely for a family in the future.
So if I understand what you're saying is that you would suggest that these parcels remain separate, even though the ownership would be held by the individual currently at 2511, and that if that person ever chose to sell off that chunk, they could. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, that is exactly what you're hearing.
Okay. At this point, I will look to Commissioner. She knew I was going to look to her for some direction. Commissioner Townsend.
Well, again, my concern, and I voiced this with the applicants who expressed no reservation with this. The problem is if you leave these separate and the homeowner sells, the primary residence in either of these cases and goes elsewhere, then you've got someone with, again, it's an upkeep problem. And that's what we're trying to avoid. Both of these applicants are right next door to the lots that they're seeking and have been for some years. They related keeping these properties up. So that was the concern. I'd be interested in hearing from either one of them if they are present tonight, and then I can recraft the motion after doing that. Thank you.
Well, and Commissioner Townsend, I guess I would have a question. If the owner of 2511 also bought 2523 and kept them as separate lots, one owner would own each of those two lots. At the time that the person wanted to sell 2511, they would still own 2523 and be responsible for it if they didn't sell it as part of a package deal with 2511. So I'm not following how they would walk away from 2523 once they have purchased it or acquired it.
Well, you're right. The responsibility would still remain with them, but I guess part of their request was centered around the fact that they had been maintaining it. You're right. They would still have that obligation. But I just thought if it was joined together, that obligation is reinforced by any subsequent owner too. So that was the thought. Which they
Thank you. Yeah. Any other comments or questions from the committee or from staff? Commissioner Townsend, you effectively have a motion on the table, and please forgive me, I don't remember if we had a second to that. I think I'd ask you to clarify your motion one more time.
All right. Well, Mr. Chairman, before I do that, could we see if either of the applicants are present tonight and hear from them?
I'm scanning the attendees list, don't see a hand, and I don't see a David Patton in the attendees list. And I will have to say to staff, I have no idea who to look for when it says blank.
London, look for a London, M. London, if you see anything.
I am likewise scanning that list and don't see a London either.
Okay.
Let
Well,
me come over.
let me do,
Panelists here.
I'm sorry.
I'm going to come over to the panelists and scan that list just in case. Don't see that either.
Okay.
Would this
Well-
be, go ahead.
Well, what I'd like to do then is, if the committee would approve, go back to these homeowners, reaffirm this, talk to council again about the pros and cons. They were agreeable to this, but you know, my motion would now be that we just table this for further discussion with real estate council and the applicants and myself, and bring this back next month. That is my motion now.
Is there a second to that motion to table 2523 North 38th and 1030 Quindaro Boulevard for a month?
Second, Bynum.
We have a motion and a second. We're effectively splitting these two off from the South Mini, which we will deal with in just a moment. Roll call, please.
Roll call, Walters,
Aye.
Johnson.
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
Bynum,
Aye.
McKiernan.
Aye. And that leaves us with 26 South Mini Street. I do believe staff had said that this particular parcel was not buildable, and therefore they were more agreeable to a yard extension, including this parcel.
Walters move for approval.
Bynum, second.
We have a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Roll call, Walters,
Aye.
Johnson,
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
Bynum,
Aye.
McKiernan.
Aye. That takes us to 2B, and I knew when we started the meeting tonight, there was something that we had decided to administratively pull from this agenda. The first thing, at least on my agenda, is City Oil Company, 2 lots on Darby Avenue. Those have been pulled prior to this meeting. They will be considered at next month's meeting. And so, Mr. Knapp, I'd ask you to outline the request by Humberto Bolivar.
Thank you, Commissioner. So this one is, I would say, a little complicated, and I hope I do it justice here. Mr. Bolivar currently owns 3519 North 32nd Terrace. He has built an illegal barn on this lot, and he has gone through the Board of Zoning Appeals, and they denied him to have his horses on there. And they told him that he basically had to tear down his barn. So since we have land bank lots surrounding him, it would be his last ditch effort to keep his barn if you approve this. It would combine all those parcels together and bring him up to like just under 5 acres. And then he would go back to the Board of Zoning Appeals and go through that process again. The Land Bank Advisory Board said that these properties are in the Quindaro town site, and that is definitely where they are. Here's the outline of the Quindaro town site, and I see that 3456 and 3638 are in the town site. So, Commissioner, that will conclude my presentation on this item.
Thank you, Mr. Knapp. I don't know that you have, but do you have any sense from Board of Zoning Appeals as to how they might reconsider an assembled parcel that was still less than 5 acres?
He said his current acreage was too small to support his horses, so they denied it because it didn't have enough land. So,
and if I'm not mistaken, his aggregated property, if he were to get these land bank parcels, would still be not enough land. Is that correct?
It would not get him to 5 acres. It's like 4.7, I believe.
Okay. Let's see here. Do I have any comments or questions from members of the committee? Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you. I'm recalling a similar situation that we had with property near, but not even as close as this to the Quindaro town site. And the committee denied that because there is another committee that will be active at some time in the future to look at what can be done with that historic area. And the thought was in the previous application that at this point in time, it would be best, and I believe that still to be the case, to preserve the land that is currently in the land bank and so close to the township for the purposes of giving the unified government and the committee who will be looking at the town site enough latitude to do what they might want to do in the future with development. So I would not be supportive of this application for those reasons, and it would be consistent with other applications we have denied that were even slightly further west of the township site, but still close. So those are my comments.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Knapp, could you move forward to the slide where you had the shading on the township site and these parcels? And 3638, is that within the boundary of the town site?
Yes, it is. And 3456, both of those.
Always also. And so the boundary of the town site then goes north all the way to the northwest corner of 3456 and then runs east and then goes north again up to that little triangle point.
That is correct, Commissioner.
Commissioner Townsend, I have to say I agree with you on this one.
Motion to deny, Johnson.
Townsend, second the motion.
So there is a motion and a second to deny the transfer of these parcels from the land bank for the purpose of assemblage. Any further comments or questions from the committee? Do we have any public comment on this particular item? I would recognize Ms. Elnora Jefferson, needs to be moved over from the attendees list. Ms. Jefferson, I do see that you've been promoted to a panelist. You can go ahead and unmute and just remind us of your name and city of residence, and feel free to give your comments. Once again, Ms. Jefferson, if you are speaking, my screen shows that you are unmuted, but I'm not hearing anything. I apologize, Ms. Jefferson, that we are unable to hear you. If other members of the committee can, please let me know. All right, I did see another hand up in the attendees list. It was an M. London. I'm wondering if this refers back to our previous item.
Yes, sir, it does.
Okay, that item has been concluded for this evening, and so it will be held over until next month. I would encourage you to get in touch with both Mr. Knapp in Land Bank And then I believe it was Commissioner Townsend who wanted to consult with legal staff before next month's meeting. So at this point, I think that's our way forward on your particular item.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Absolutely. And I'll try Ms. Jefferson one more time. Ms. Jefferson, if you are there and can unmute, please. I just saw it go to mute and then unmute, but I'm still not hearing anything. Ah, the joys of Zoom. Ms. Jefferson, I do apologize that we are unable to take your public comment on this item. I do see that Groundwork NRG has a hand up in the attendees list. If we can move them over, we'll take public comment there.
Hello again.
There we go.
This is Rachel Jefferson, Kansas City, Kansas. And I actually wasn't going to say anything because I think that the decision that was made by this committee to deny this application is absolutely correct, given that it is within the jurisdictions of the Quindaro town site and there is precedent for this type of denial in the past. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jefferson. There is a motion and a second to deny this application as it was submitted. Roll call, please. Okay, the rest of the committee is going to have to help me out here. Am I no longer hearing you all?
I can hear you. Can you
Yes,
hear me?
I can hear you, Brian.
And I can hear both of you. So at this point, we need a roll call on denying application for 3507 North 32nd Terrace, 3527 North 3527 North 32nd, 3456R North 32nd Terrace, and 3638 North 31st Terrace, all for denial. Who's calling our roll call tonight?
I am. Roll call. Walters.
Aye.
Johnson.
Aye.
Townsend.
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
McKiernan.
Aye. Thank you so much. That takes us to what appears to be our last item on our first committee agenda, 1308 North 6th Street. Mr. Knapp.
All right, so the Turtle Hill neighborhood is requesting 1308 North 6th Street. They currently own 600 Washington Boulevard. This is currently an unbuildable lot. It is too small to build a home on. They did provide me with a great sketch of what's currently there, and then what they plan to put there with park benches, lighting, sidewalks. To recommend staff and Land Bank Advisory Board both recommend the project. And that concludes this part of this application.
Thank you, Mr. Knapp. From committee, do we have comments, questions, or a motion? Commissioner Johnson.
Well, no, just I think it's a great project. I would love to see this fully developed as they have articulated. And with that, I would move for approval.
Townsend, second.
There's a motion and a second to approve this transfer as submitted. I do see for public comment, we have an S. King with hand raised in the attendees. If we can transfer S. King over, and I feel like I should remember your first name, but I don't. Once you are transferred and unmuted, go ahead and give us your name and your city of residence for the record, and then you'll have 3 minutes to make your comments.
It's Miss Sylvia King, who is the president of Turtle Hill.
I was going to say Sylvia, but I didn't want to say it out loud and be wrong.
Understood.
So, Ms. King, as soon as you get transferred over, I don't see you in my list yet. There you are. You just popped in. You are unmuted.
Thank you so much. We have been taking care of this property for over 25 years without the help of anyone. The Turtle Hill Community Association is going to beautify this location for a relaxing family area, which we do not have in our neighborhood nor the surrounding area. I am thankful that everyone has come to an agreement that we could have this transfer of property. We will take care of it, and I thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you.
Ms. King, thank you and your group for all the work that you've put in this area of our great city. And we thank you in advance for all your continued work. We have a motion and a second to approve this transfer as submitted. Roll call, please.
Roll call, Walters. Johnson,
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
Bynum,
Aye.
McKiernan.
Aye. Committee, thank you very much for your work. We've reached the end of the agenda for our first of two meetings this evening. If I could, unless there is an objection from the committee, I'd like to take 4 or 5 minutes here. We'll come back at 8:41. That'll be a 5-minute standing stretch break, and we'll get started with economic development and finance at 8:41. Thank you. Okay, by my watch, it is 8:41. And I'm hoping my little earbud is working. I know my microphone is. So I will, first of all, thank everyone very much. Those of you who were queued up and waiting for this meeting, we thank you for your patience. We thank you for sticking with us. We got a lot of great work done in our first meeting, and I look forward to getting a similar amount of great work done in this meeting. I do want to welcome Mr. Jeff Bryant, who is our representative from BPU. He has been with us all along, but now joining us as a member of the committee. So before I call this meeting of the Economic Development and Finance Standing Committee to order, I want to announce that due to COVID-19, some committee members, staff, and public are attending remotely via Zoom, as well as a few on site. All participants joining by phone or by computer should mute their devices when not speaking to avoid background noise. During the meeting, please be sure that you announce yourself by name and title every time you speak so that the public who is participating knows who is speaking. This is critical given the number of remote participants and is current guidance from the Kansas Attorney General. Due to COVID-19 requirements, in-person public comment has been limited to the public lobby of City Hall. The public is also allowed to participate by Zoom or can submit comments by email prior to the meeting, and those comments will be included in the record of the meeting. With all of that said, we want to welcome everyone to this meeting of the Neighborhood and Community Development Standing Committee. I do need to tell you that Commissioner Burroughs is working on some Kansas legislature business this evening. He is out of town, and so you're going to have to put up with me for another meeting as I pinch hit for Commissioner Burroughs. I'll ask the clerk to call the roll, please.
Roll call, Bryant,
Here.
Walters,
Here.
Johnson,
Here.
Townsend,
Here.
Bynum,
Here.
McKiernan.
Here. And we certainly do thank Commissioner Bynum for joining us. She is subbing for Commissioner Burroughs this evening, and we sincerely appreciate you joining us in this committee meeting this evening. I'll ask the clerk, to the best of my knowledge, there were no revisions to the agenda after it was initially published. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. Let's see. Now we have approval of our standing committee minutes. It looks like we have two sets, one from January 4th corrected, and then are we really approving minutes from that long ago? January 4th corrected and March 1st straight up. I'll ask the clerk for some clarification on that. I guess I could just look in the agenda packet.
Yes, I believe that's correct.
Okay. We have a couple of historical sets of minutes that we've dusted off. And so I would ask if there is a motion for January 4th corrected and March 1st original.
Walters, move for approval.
Townsend, second.
There's a motion and a second to approve both sets of minutes. Since this is a small group and we're on Zoom, I'll ask for a roll call vote on this.
Roll call, Bryant,
Aye.
Walters,
Aye.
Johnson,
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
Bynum,
Aye.
McKiernan.
Aye. Pretty much ratted myself out as not thoroughly reviewing this agenda ahead of time, didn't I? Uh-oh. All right, the minutes are now done, and that takes us to the committee agenda. We have a total of 8 items on the committee agenda tonight. Our first one is a review of other post-employment benefits, and this will be presented by Kathleen Von Atchen and Renee Ramirez, and I believe we are setting up this evening something on which we will take some action down the road. So I'll turn the floor over to Ms. Von Atchen and Ms. Ramirez if she's with us.
Yeah, Commissioner, we have decided to forward this agenda agenda item on the other post-employment in order to give you some additional time to review it. And our plan is to make a formal presentation at the September ED&F committee meeting.
So the inclusion in our agenda tonight is simply to make sure that we have the materials which we can now review prior to your presentation.
That's correct. We'll come back in September.
Thank you so much. In that case, we will consider item number 1 concluded. Item number 2 is a resolution, eligible financial institutions and designating authority. And it looks like Mr. Rick McKessick will be presenting this. Maybe Andrea Parra.
Yes, I can actually step in and start. This is Andrea Parra. I'm going to be the deputy treasurer. I'm going to actually share my screen. Thank you, everyone. First thing is going to be, there should be the full resolution in the agenda packet that was provided. It's a two-fer type of item. It's 2 pieces that are included. What we're going to have is the first portion is going to be just us asking for approval for the designated list. I believe there's 17 banks that are considered active and eligible for the FDIC listed in the community, along with also a list of authorized officers for purposes of power and what we can and cannot do within the realm of that document. Excuse me. More or less the majority of what we're here to talk about is the powers that the list of A and B and who can do what. Powers A would be any eligible officer could open an account and share accounts with any of those eligible institutions, the 17 that I referred to. Also, they can write into lease for purpose of retaining, maintaining, accessing, and terminating anything such as a safe deposit box within those institutions. And then Power B would be anybody that could endorse checks, order payments for money, do wires, transfer funds of deposits. And we can also issue stop payments out of respect for anything in terms of the UG account for one of those eligible institutions. There on the right side of the screen, you can see where powers A and B and only Power B would fall into play in terms of officer. Myself, I would be listed as a Power B along with the treasurer, Rick, and then deputy finance director. Anyone who would be listed as powers A and B would be the mayor, CEO, county administrator, and then the chief financial officer. Other than that, there's not really much else to go over. It's a pretty explicit document that we were kind of brought forth today because it had been not approved in a few years. A few banks have left the community, a few new banks opened or changed names or different communities recommendations. So that 17 is the list that we have to move forward with certification, get them interested in future investments. Anyone have any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Parra. Really do appreciate it. I guess I'll lead with a question.
Yeah.
You mentioned that this list has evolved a little bit over time.
Mm-hmm.
How many of the banks that are on this list of 17 are continuing with us? Do you know that?
So far, actually, I have that answer as of this morning. I am up to 10 financial institutions that have certified the documentation that we provided through our annual certification process. The deadline was Friday. I am more than happy to extend if I have some discussions out there that I'm just waiting on, those that can sign that type of certification and in the financial institution to get back with me. Out of the 17, I'm up to 10, which is about the average since me and Rick played a role in that position. I think the most we've had is 13 last year, but we're up to 10 as of this morning.
So this list of 17 then is a list that we would consider to be a certified financial institution, but it does not necessarily mean that all of them will be.
That is correct. Yes, they still have to go through an annual certification process that involves agreeing to the policy and procedure that we have that we get updated every year, and then they become officially eligible to take into consideration for future investments with the community.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Any other members of the committee have any comments or questions for Ms. Parra?
Move to approve, Johnson.
Walter, second.
We have a motion and a second to approve as submitted. Do we have any public comment from among the attendees? I see no hands up there. Ask the clerk, did we receive any email correspondence prior to the meeting regarding this item?
No comments were received.
Thank you so much. We have a motion and a second to approve this resolution as submitted. Roll call, please.
Roll call, Bryant,
Aye.
Walters,
Aye.
Johnson,
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
Bynum,
Aye.
McKiernan.
Aye. Ms. Parra, thank you very much. Mr. McKessick, now I see you in the list. I apologize that I didn't bring you out before, but we certainly thank you for your work as well. That takes us to top of the agenda. We are on agenda item number 3, which is a presentation of second quarter 2021 cash and investments report. And I do believe that Ms. Parra is on deck to give us this one as well.
Yes, a short transition. Andrea Parra, Deputy Treasurer again. As he stated, I'm here to present the second quarter's quarterly investment report. Few notes there. Average yield is at 0.65. Days to maturity did go down from 45 days in the first quarter of 2021 to 35 days. And then in terms of where our portfolio stands, we're at 83% cash, along with the other 17% in investments. As you can expect, things are going down and that cash number is increasing. There isn't a lot for us to go out for bid for at this time. Our overnight is just very strong and it's beating or exceeding anything that we could possibly get at this time. Next slide again mentions the average yield did go down, or excuse me, increase. It was at 6.61, still way above the target T-bill rate at 0.08%. I always like to be able to note and solidify something that we've in the past prior years had issues with, which is the issuer compliance, still within those single institution limits. Quarter 1, quarter 2, I believe quarter 3 and quarter 4 of 2020, we were there as well. It's something that we take very seriously. It is a policy that we have, and we want to make sure we keep that in compliant for every institution as best we can based on that procedure. Next item is going to just be a little bit more detailed to the portfolio. Of that 83% cash, we've got 13% in CDs, about 37 million. Our agency level is about 4% at 10 million. There's only 2 investments left that are agencies that are going to both come up to mature here in the next year, I believe, or so. The rest are going to be some CDs with local institutions that kind of we set up or have been there for that longevity investment from prior years. We actually didn't have anything mature, or we didn't go out for bid and make any purchases this last quarter. Kind of just sitting there in that account right there, pretty strong. Last but not least, kind of just to show you all where the funds are based on cash balances. 23% is going to be that restricted bond documentation appropriated for the capital projects. Another 23% in the general fund for things for contingencies for emergencies. Also, there's 12% in the enterprise fund, 32% in the restricted by the state statutes such as grants, tax levies, and the other 10% will be the annual debt service payments that we make. And that's all I have for you this evening.
Committee, any comments or questions for Ms. Parra on this report? This is, as always, for information only, but if the committee does have any comments or questions or want to explore further, we absolutely can do that. I don't see any hands raised from among the committee. So in that case, Ms. Parra, we thank you again for your presentation.
Thank you.
Excellent as always.
Thank you.
That takes us to item number 4 on the committee agenda, which is an interesting request to explore the possibility or to sign an agreement participating as a consultant to the city of Kansas City, Missouri in the SBA Community Navigator Pilot Program. And so I believe we have a team who are going to get together here. I have Shea Lockett, Catherine Carter, and Sharon Reed all listed as members of this team. And I just need to know who's going to take the lead.
I will. Shea Lockett, Small Business Liaison for the Unified Government Economic Development Department. And okay, so what we have here is the SBA Community Navigators Grant. And the SBA sent out a notice of funding opportunity for municipalities and government agencies to target outreach areas of businesses and underserved communities. And Kansas City, Missouri is the lead applicant on this grant, and they applied for the $2.5 million regional grant. And the unified government submitted a letter of interest as a partner in Kansas City, Missouri's grant application, which was due July 23rd. And I'll kind of walk you through what that partnership looks like. The overall goal of the grant is to make Kansas City a regional SBA community navigator model. And this is the first joint effort between the city of Kansas City, Missouri, and the unified government to join our efforts and build an inclusive regional small and minority business ecosystem. A lot of the businesses that are in Kansas City, Kansas and Kansas City, Missouri both work across state lines. So by us joining forces, this allows us to help those businesses grow and get them some of the services that they need on both sides of the state line. It will also expand the small and local business enterprise program and certification process to Kansas City, Kansas. We currently don't have that established here. And then there's also going to be a shared use of technology, consulting, and marketing efforts. So there'll be a broad marketing effort for businesses to know how they can receive the technical assistance that will be set up through this process. This is just an organizational chart to show how the grant is set up. As I stated, Kansas City, the city of Kansas City, Missouri is the lead applicant on this, and SBA requested that we have a hub and spokes model. And so Kansas City, Missouri is that hub applicant, and the spokes are those agencies that are going to provide the technical assistance to the businesses. So they will be the ones doing the one-on-one consultation with the businesses in both Kansas City, Kansas and Kansas City, Missouri. And as you see listed on the bottom of your screen, there are 5 spokes: the KCK Chamber, Vet Biz, the Toolbox, the Heartland Black Chamber, and Prospect Business Association. These spokes will work with both the city of Kansas City, Missouri and us at the unified government to make sure they are aware of our processes when it comes to how a business is registered, how a business can apply and do procurement with the city, and also prepare these businesses for procurement with organizations at the state and national level. Where we come in as the unified government is we are a partner agency to the city of Kansas City, Missouri, because this is a regional effort. And KC SourceLink is also that partner agency as well. As I've started stating, some of the methods that we will be using that we'll be focusing on are business registration and procurement assistance. So those 5 spokes that were listed on the previous screen will help with that one-on-one technical assistance with each of the businesses. And there will also be some professional services that we have contracts with to help with things such as legal and accounting services as well. The goal is to increase the businesses' access to contracts on both the local, state, and national level. And then SourceLink is working with CEOs of some of our larger companies to work with them on doing inclusive procurement with our smaller businesses in the area as well. And through the technical assistance that these businesses receive, that will help them be prepared for access to capital on both the national, state, and local level as well through those various capital sources. Here is an overview of the proposed funds that the unified government will receive. Most notably, there is a creation of a position that will be covered for 2 years through the grant period. That position is a small local business program coordinator. So they will help with a lot of the certification process, as well as some of the data that will be required for the purpose of this grant. We will also have access to Quali for our CRM, and equipment and supplies will also be covered through the funds that the unified government would receive. And lastly, this is just an overview of some of the key personnel that will be working on the grant project. The city of Kansas City, Missouri, the employees from the unified government, KC SourceLink, and then there's the directors from the 5 hub organizations. And that concludes my presentation.
There we go. Time to find the mute button. So I will have a couple of questions in just a moment, but first I'll recognize Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Lockett, you mentioned that this would be a regional effort. But this is between just the 2 cities. Will there be other jurisdictions that will be a part of this, or that will have access to this? Or will this be specifically for organizations and businesses in either Kansas City, Missouri and Kansas City, Kansas?
And the way it's written is Kansas City, Kansas and Kansas City, Missouri.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions from the committee? Commissioner Townsend. Commissioner, you are muted if you're attempting to speak.
Thank you. Good evening, Ms. Lockett.
Good evening.
How will, just simply put, our participation in this program benefit small businesses on this side of the river? How are they going to be better off by our participation in this program?
Through us participating in the program, it allows us to help our businesses grow and scale up. And as they're able to get access to procurement, whether it's through the unified government or on a national level through federal contracts, they're able to increase the number of jobs that they have for community members, and it also increases their revenue.
Well, if we become a partner or a consultant, what will that enable us to do for our small businesses over here? By virtue of this program, will they be made aware of more business opportunities? Will they be given more resources in terms of money or funding? In just the day-to-day aspect of how we can help our small businesses on this side. That's what I'm just really trying to understand, how they will be better off for our participation in this.
So the resources, it allows us to work directly with the spoke organizations to help them become versed on our policies and procedures. And those spoke organizations that are serving both Kansas City, Kansas and Kansas City, Missouri are able to provide that information to them as well. And they're able to help them with the contracts and filling out information for that. They're able to help them with getting the access to the capital that's often needed to scale up.
Okay, could you put that slide up that shows the spoke organizations again?
Yes. There you go.
So who are these organizations? I mean, I'm trying to identify. So by virtue of us joining as a consultant, will that enhance the KCK Chamber's ability to help?
Yes.
Heartland Black Chamber, is that what we're saying?
Yes. So each of the spokes will have a dedicated staff person to assist the small businesses with that technical assistance. That's a component of the grant. Each of these organizations will get up to $250,000 in funding to help administer this program over the 2-year period.
And by those organizations getting that, that helps them do more outreach? Does any of that money actually become available to help the small businesses directly?
So they're directly helping them through the technical assistance that they're providing them with the registration processes and things of that nature.
Registration for or with
what? Business registration, getting them registered with our procurement department so that they're able to bid on different contracts, and also helping them with accounting services to make them bankable and able to receive various loans as they are trying to grow their business.
And but for our participation as a consultant, we wouldn't be able to do that currently?
So through the joint effort, it brought in the organizations that are serving Kansas City, Kansas as well, such as the KCK Chamber, the Toolbox. Those are primarily Kansas City, Kansas organizations. And so that's where the partnership comes in. We are still able to provide technical assistance, but not at the level that we would be able to through this grant application.
Okay. And does this cost us anything? I need to go back.
There is no cost to the unified government outside of our current staff time that will assist. But there is a dedicated staff person who will be coming on.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Ms. Lockett, I don't see any other hands up from among the committee at the moment, and so I'll follow up. Can you move ahead to like 1 or 2 slides? Not that one, not that one, that one, right? Oop, the one with the pictures of the people.
Okay.
That's the one right there. So help me, talk me through this. I mean, basically what I understand is we're applying for this grant. This grant's going to pay for an administrative, the bulk of the grant would pay for an administrative salary to help our helpers. Is that, am I kind of getting that right?
And also to do the small and local business enterprise to help with the certification process.
Okay, so I'm going to take the toolbox because I'm most familiar with Mr. Munoz and how he's operating to try to be a small business advocate and to try to help people get prepared to be better advocates for themselves. So at the very bottom, it says professional services team. Does that mean he has one of those, or this grant helps him access a larger team than he currently has?
The grant helps access. So there is that back of office professional service support that is provided through the grant to all of the spokes. So accounting services, legal services, they will have access to those that are paid for through this grant.
Then we move up one level from there. It says full-time small business advocate, and it has that repeated 5 times under the 5 spokes. Is that one advocate? Go ahead.
Each organization will have their own advocate. So each spoke is required to hire a dedicated staff person that's paid for through grant funding to work with the businesses in both Kansas City, Kansas and Kansas City, Missouri.
So does that lead me to believe that this grant allocation is much larger than you have indicated in the RFA?
No, what our portion is, or the entire grant is 2.5 million.
So each of these spoke organizations then will get additional support with grant funds to hire all of those 5 people.
Yes.
Ah, okay. So all of those little pawns if we were playing chess, the blue and white little people there, those are additional positions added for each of the 5 spoke organizations by additional grant money that we're not considering here tonight.
Correct.
Okay, and so our job, and I'm going to circle back to where Commissioner Townsend was a moment ago. Our job then is to help facilitate from our position a little higher up the ladder.
So what we are looking for the unified government to do is to create that inclusive procurement, to work with the procurement department on certification processes, as well as working with our spoke organizations to collect the data, to work with the businesses as they funnel them to us to navigate through the unified government process as well.
Okay. I just noticed in my attendees list is Nia Richardson, who is pretty much right up here at the top of this flow chart. And so what I'll ask is if staff can bring her over to the panelist list. And I'm assuming that Ms. Richardson has some additional information to contribute to our discussion.
She can help answer questions as well. She is the lead for the Kansas City, Missouri side.
Fantastic. Ms. Richardson, I see that you've been promoted to panelist. You're currently muted. If you'd like to unmute and have anything to share, we'd love to hear it.
Good evening. This is Nia Richardson. Can you hear me okay?
Absolutely.
All right. If you would, Shaya, go back to the hub and spoke model, I can explain because I missed part of Shaya's discussion because I was trying to get out of my office. So I don't know what all she kind of explained to you, but this is for the Small Business Administration put out a Community Navigator pilot grant. So this is a national competition. Kansas City, because you can only have one lead, went after the grant as the lead for, I think it's a tier 2 city, state, local, or regional initiative. So the idea was to create a regional initiative with our sister city to help small businesses. What I do for the city of Kansas City, I'm the assistant to the director for small business and entrepreneurship, and I run what's called our KC BizCare office. We are the central model for this hub and spoke deal. This is exactly what we do. So we provide technical assistance for business registration, permitting, and licensing. So as I am doing the work of 101 technical assistance of helping someone understand how to get registered with the state, get your EIN, everything that they would need to qualify to actually get a business license for us. I don't know what you guys' requirements are. And then also to become a vendor with the city, to be certified with the city, which offers them access to contracts and capital. Without these essential steps or essential tools, these businesses cannot do so. So in the pandemic, we were able to not only build new technology from our office that allows us to get data about our small businesses, but also to provide services virtually for our small businesses in the form of guides, checklists, or whatever they need. To give an example of the impact that we have in Kansas City, Missouri, which we also do impact Wyandotte County businesses that do business on our side of town. Annually, we would see somewhere between 2,000 to 3,000 people a year in our office, and that's a team of 3 people. In the pandemic, we saw that many just months into it. And since the onset of the pandemic, in partnership with our business license office, we have licensed well over 3,500 new businesses in Kansas City to help our businesses pivot. What we are also trying to do is help them access to become a vendor with the city so they can access contracts and also be certified with the city. The idea behind this model is that partnering with KCK, Wyandotte County businesses can get certified with the city of Kansas City and get opportunities in small business contracts or minority women-owned business contracts, but the opportunity is not reciprocated. And I know that firsthand because before working with the city, and I've only been here 2.5 years, I used to work for a small business doing exactly that. And it's very, very hard to figure out how to even do work with the unified government for our small businesses, whether they're Wyandotte County based or Kansas City, Missouri based. So in conversations with Shaya and many of the other people who are listed there, we were already in discussion to figure out how we as a sister city could support Shaya, because she's pretty much me on the Kansas side, through via the technology, via getting her data to promote and support small businesses. What you see in front of you today is a way through inclusive procurement, which is how do we as cities leverage our procurement power to grow small businesses and close the racial wealth gaps in our community. And so we do that via contracts. And so right now, Kansas City does certify Wyandotte County businesses for our minority, our women, and our disadvantaged business, which are race and gender programs. But we have a race and gender neutral program, which is our small local business enterprise, which allows us as cities to break up big contracts, set aside contracts, which you cannot do under the minority, women-owned, and disadvantaged business. What it also does is it allows our small businesses to compete amongst peers and actually prime contracts. Minority, women, and disadvantaged participation only allows you to participate as a sub in most cities. So this also creates an opportunity for that. So the idea is, one, to create access to capital, access to contracts through inclusive procurement through our sister city, so businesses can thrive on both sides of the state line, through government contracts. And again, partnering with KC SourceLink, which is via KC Rising, that are doing the CEO to CEO challenge, getting those corporations to dedicate spending more with small and diverse businesses. And so that's the gist behind that. Those 5 spoke partners can cross both state line, both the state line for both. So each of them offers support, some dedicated on the Missouri side, some dedicated on the Kansas side, but both can cross over. So the idea is that we're taking our tools, sharing them with our sister city and saying, hey, here's what you can do to understand your businesses, get support for your businesses, and here's how we build an ecosystem that works for our businesses, setting us at the top and at the center as a hub, as cities, because no one can certify a business. No one can give you a business license, but us as cities. And so that's the gist behind of all of this. So the grant amount is $2.5 million. We will be allocating money to Wyandotte County for their staff and their technology needs. We will share a consultant to help provide recommendations for their SLBE program. And then the idea is by 2023 that they join in with the city of Kansas City as a part of our disparity study, since we're already doing the data on Wyandotte County businesses, in hopes that we can expand our certification to the unified government, which means there's no extra thing that you guys have to do in creating a certification office. We're already certifying them for you. Accept our certification, but create the contract opportunities for our businesses to be able to go after and thrive. So that's the gist of it.
All right. I do appreciate that. So at their core, the 5 spokes each have, it's the wrong word, but I'll use it, a target audience. They have a population that they work with primarily.
Correct.
If I understand it correctly, each of those 5 spoke organizations, at their core, they're still doing the same thing they've always done. They're still working with the same folks they've always worked with, but they have, to use an old term, they've turned it up to 11 in terms of their ability to provide service and support, and they've broadened the horizons for those clients that they currently work with. Would that be correct?
We are helping them to build capacity and to build up their service capabilities for that.
Fantastic.
Yes,
thank you. Commissioner Bynum.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Ms. Richardson and Ms. Lockett, for the excellent presentation. I think it's going to be very beneficial for folks on both sides of the state line. And I believe we do have plans to participate with Kansas City, Missouri in the disparity study. So that is fantastic. And Mr. Chair, I'm wondering, is this an item for a motion?
This is an item for a motion. It comes to us as an action item. We are being asked to approve and advance to full commission for the meeting of August 26th. And it's not a resolution. It is simply a strategic partnership, grant application, and statement of interest.
I would make that motion, Commissioner Bynum.
And I'm going to recognize Patrick Waters from legal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Patrick Waters, Legal Department. So we will need to enter into what they call an interstate compact with the city of Kansas City, Missouri on this. Because of some of the deadlines associated with this project, I know that economic development wanted to get this going. I think our hope is that we are currently working with the city on that agreement, in that as you advance this to full commission, either it will be ready by full commission or shortly thereafter, and it can be fast tracked to a commission meeting that's ready to go. But there will be, before the final vote, you will have a formal document that basically has all this information in a written form.
Okay, so Mr. Waters, in our agenda packet, we have a 3-page document that basically outlines the highlights of this strategic partnership to be signed both by Mayor Albee and then by a representative from Kansas City, Missouri. Is that serving as a placeholder for a more extensive document that'll come later?
Correct, yes.
Then in that case, I would ask Commissioner Bynum if she is comfortable that her motion is to approve this placeholder document in anticipation of a more thorough agreement.
Yes, I will make that as my motion.
All right, we have a motion. Is there a second?
Townsend, second.
Thank you so much. We have a motion and a second to effectively approve this strategic partnership pending the receipt of a more technical document. I'll ask for a roll call, please.
Roll call, Bryant,
Aye.
Walters,
Aye.
Johnson,
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
Bynum,
Aye.
McKiernan.
Aye. And thank you to all of you who have participated in this. As I said, I know a couple of the spoke organizations really well. I think they do phenomenal work in our community. And if this expands their ability to get things done, we're all going to benefit. So thank you so much. That brings us to item number, absolutely. That brings us to item number 5, which is a resolution setting a public hearing date to consider the advisability of creating the Legends Hotel Community Improvement District, or CID. And I believe it is Catherine Carter and or Patrick Waters who will present this for us.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Patrick Waters, Legal Department. So on July 23rd, we received a petition for the CID from an entity called Legends Hotel CID. This is for property located at 1925 North 98th Street, basically by the Freddy's out west, if you're familiar with that area. The developer proposes to build a hotel out there. I do not know if the name, if they have made the name public, so I won't state that today. I'll let him state that if he wants to. But this is a little bit different from most that you see because we do not have a development associated with the petition. The reason for that is that currently administration is not in favor of the CID as proposed. However, under state law, if a valid CID petition is submitted, then we legally have to hold a public hearing on it and give the owner his right to make his case. So we reviewed it and the CID petition is proper and valid. And so we are here to set a public hearing. I think the developer is here tonight and could answer questions, but our intent would be that they would give a full presentation on the public hearing date and make their case at that time. The one change on the date, on this Thursday's commission meeting, you will have a resolution requesting to merge the September 16th meeting with the September 9th meeting. So we'd actually ask that the public hearing be on September 9th instead of September 16th, because the plan would be to merge those two meetings. I see Mr. Renat is here to answer any questions that you may have as well.
Hi, thank you, Patrick.
Let me back up just for a second here. Patrick, what options do we have here? If the law says that if it's a valid CID application, that we've got to go ahead and hear the presentation and hold the public hearing, what's the point in bringing it here to this committee?
Sure. So we wrestled with that ourselves. Really, the reason is we have to set a public hearing, but it's your choice as to when that date is. So the resolution is for you saying we're good with that date.
Okay, that certainly does clarify. We're going to have the hearing one way or another. It's just a question of what date we have it on. So at this point, I would ask the developer if you would want to give us some background and clarification of your intent of the public hearing.
Yes, thank you, Brian, and the committee. So we're building a 88-room Marriott property, a franchise. It's at Fairfield by Marriott, right near the former Schlitterbahn, which is soon to be Homefield Development. And one of our main requests for a CID is due to the substantial increase in costs in developing a hotel and generating employment for individuals in that area, citizens in that area. And so in order for us to accomplish and develop this hotel, which will be a great attraction to the area, we're requesting the CID.
Okay. I do see, as I look at the proposal here, that you're proposing 1.5%, capped on top of existing. Now, we do have a CID further west. It doesn't extend this far east, does it, Patrick?
No, I don't believe so.
No.
Okay, so this is just on top of any base, and this is a sales tax? Yes, this is on top of any base sales tax that currently exists. This would be another 1.5%, which would probably take the sales tax here to 12.5%, 13%?
That's correct.
Okay. And again, you said this, I'll just reiterate it. You're seeking this because, and this is for construction then, this is a CID to assist with construction of the hotel.
That is correct.
And it's basically to close the gap between what you're going to be able to generate from the hotel and the costs of building it.
That's exactly right, Brian.
Okay. Does any other member of the committee have comments or questions about this? And I guess I see Catherine or Patrick, either one. CID's 22 years, is that correct? What's our length of time on this?
You're right, 22.
And so we've or somebody's calculated, I assume, that this 1.5% over 22 years will generate the gap.
Well, I think Mr. Renat will hopefully give a full presentation on the hearing date and can have those numbers and show that, yeah.
Because if it generates more than the gap, then my question would be, how will it be reinvested in the property?
Well, I think, let me say this. If when the commission holds the public hearing, if the commission feels that it's a project that they are in agreement with, we would request at that time to go back to staff and negotiate an actual development agreement, because those are the kind of details that really need to be worked out in a full-fledged development agreement. So we would ask on September 9th that if the commission is in favor to allow staff to negotiate that.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Mr. Waters. Well, committee, the question before us is, are we agreeable to a September 9th date for a CID presentation and public hearing?
Johnson, move for approval.
Townsend, second.
So we have a motion and a second to set September 9 as the day for a CID presentation and public hearing. Any other comments or questions from the committee? Seeing and hearing none, roll call, please.
Roll call, Bryant,
Aye.
Walters,
Aye.
Johnson,
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
Bynum,
Aye.
McKiernan.
Aye. Thank you so much, Mr. Waters and Ms. Carter. And thanks to the developer, we look forward to the presentation on the 9th and to having the public hearing at that time. So let me jump back up to the top of my agenda here. That brings us to item number 6. And this is a request to consider a resolution for the 4th amendment to the Downtown Campus Development Agreement. And I believe Catherine Carter is going to present this one.
That is correct. Good evening, Catherine Carter, Director of Economic Development.
as you can see on my on the screen here, I've just put some bullet points. There's quite a number of things in this amendment. A lot of it, as you can see, as we'll kind of quickly go through and then pause for any questions. But as you can see, a lot of this is cleanup as this project has progressed and evolved. So there has been a decent amount of time since the original development agreement was approved. Since then, there has been a global pandemic. There have been, quite large increases in material costs, et cetera. So some of that kind of goes into now that Mr. Lanier and his team have really honed in on their financing and gone through planning, just some kind of cleanup in some cases, and then some clarifications in others. So I'll just go through a few of these. I think there'll be one that we'll want to dig in a little more onto. Just first, redefining the commercial square footage, slightly smaller. One of the things we've seen is just that retail commercial square footage, you just don't need as much as we perhaps like, but it's just not really necessary. We want to make sure that Mr. Lanier is very successful in actually renting out these locations. Another would be also a reduction in the square footage of the Reardon Center itself. So this would go from about 10,600, which was the requirement in the original development agreement, to 7,500. However, the actual capacity of the seating area would remain almost unchanged. So it would only be going from 350 people to 325. So that means it's really the kind of added space, the lobby space, that is fairly unutilized in probably most convention and conference centers that you have attended. So really trying to hone in on what is the primary space and need for this location. Also just some kind of definition updates, making sure when we are saying that the UG receives a free event day, that's kind of an event day is considered 24 hours, just making that clear, that the infrastructure that we had promised in the original agreement that was corresponding with the grocery store, that has been completed, as well as parking going from a previous determination of how much parking, now having a better sense of exactly what is needed, really defining that as 90 exclusive spaces and 200 non-exclusive spaces, as well as pushing the drop dead date. So this is when all the closing conditions are completed, pushing this just out a month. There are some extensions available just in case things kind of change. It's a moving target a bit, but this really is coordinating with LISC, and they are receiving a pretty substantial amount of financing through one of LISC's programs. And so making sure that that is coordinated so that they can close, and then they can close with us at the unified government. The slightly more complex one is the CID distribution. So this is all has been in the original document. So one of the things that we're defining is this is the CID that has been in place now since, I believe, 2013 is the year that comes to mind. I could be slightly off, but it's been around for a number of years. There is about $765,000 currently in that fund that has been earned in that fund and is sitting there. We had in the original development agreement that this would come kind of post completion, and what we're contemplating in this amendment would be that this would be that first payment could be this $765,000. So this could be used to get construction moving, and we could pay it directly to the general contractor. So this, of course, would be, seeing all the cost certifications and going through that process, but rather than kind of have the extra steps, since this will be could be one lump sum to the general contractor, adding that language in, as well as kind of right sizing. We always have a percentage limitation. So the CID and TIF, so that public investment, has to be less, significantly less than the total project cost. So when we're looking at that public-private ratio, we had originally 35%. We are trimming some of that fat and moving that to 31% of the total project costs, as well as redefining the review period, the aforementioned review period to get that reimbursement from the CID or the TIF from 60 days to 45. So again, trying to just get things moving, trimming some of that fat. And then the revised total project budget has decreased by about a little over $3.5 million due to kind of some of the changes in the square footage. So that was a lot. If there are any questions, we'd be happy to entertain those.
Committee, if you have questions, I'll recognize you in just a moment, but Catherine, I do have a few. I just need to get back over here so that my trackpad works. There it goes. So in the packet that we were given, it says, there it is, Appendix Exhibit A, Fourth Amendment, to be attached. Then you go to the very next page and it says Fourth Amendment. Is it still to be attached, or did we put a blank placeholder there that we no longer needed? In my agenda packet, it's page 174.
Packet, so I'm not really sure how your packet is determined or put together, but there should be.
Well, it's immediately after. So there's
and then there's the amendment.
We've got the RFA.
Yep.
Then there's a resolution page. And then there's the signature page for the resolution. The very next sheet of paper in our packet says Exhibit A, Fourth Amendment, to be attached.
So that would be the next page, which is the 9-page amendment.
Okay, so it's not to be attached. It's actually already there.
So
Okay.
they're actually two separate documents. So I think that's where in your packet it gets a little wonky.
Run that by me again. They're separate documents. What do you mean?
So we upload them separately. So this is really just a printing issue.
Somebody put a placeholder in there and then we didn't remove it. Okay, got it. Now let's move on to Exhibit H. It's the financials.
Yes.
I see in the column marked total costs, you've got 19,039,510 as the new revised total project cost. And then we have TIF eligible and CID eligible and sales tax redirection in our next 3 columns. Please tell me the significance of those totals down at the same line as 19,039,510. And then help me understand what caps and 2 asterisks in red means and the numbers at the bottom of each of those 3 columns.
So the cap is something that was put into the original development agreement. We put this anytime there is, TIF, CID, very similar to kind of the conversation we were heading down with the hotel in this last bit. So if there is more generated than there is actual expenses, there's kind of 2 different things you can do. One, you can only get reimbursed as for eligible expenses. So that's kind of a cap in and of itself. But if there is additional expenses and revenues, however, we have talked about that 31%, that ratio between what we've agreed upon between the public and private contribution to the project. That's where we get these caps in this case. So we've put these caps in place so that that's kind of a hard and fast, no more than that amount of funding can come out of either the TIF or the CID. And in this case, we're anticipating that it would be quite a bit less than if you're looking.
Okay, if I work my way across on the same line as projected total estimated project cost, 19,039,510, and I work my way across, the first column's about 3 million, and then there's about 21 and a half, and then there's another 3. Are those supposed to total 19,039,510?
No, they are.
Because they don't.
Yeah, Commissioner, this is Todd Lasella. I'm sorry. Commissioner, one of the things we do with these budgets, the unified government has really always made developers get very specific about where they want to spend CID money and TIF money. So we have them do this way to articulate where we would allow expenses to go. And then we always have a cap. So you'll recall with TIF, the eligibility criteria in the statute, pretty narrow, right? So the cap and the number of eligible expenses that we would agree to here, they're almost right on top of each other. But when it comes to CID eligibility, that statute is pretty wide open about where you can spend the money. So there's an awful lot of money that's available when it comes to CID, despite the fact that you've got a $3 million cap. There's like $22 million of expenses, or 21 that they could spend things on. It's nonetheless capped at $3 million. So those things don't necessarily need to total, but they do. But the important thing from our perspective is these are the only line items that the developer could spend money on in the CID column, and the only items they could spend money on up to the caps in the TIF column. So that's why we do these budgets this way. We're really trying to manage where we would allow incentive money to go.
So what we're saying, take the CID eligible column, and
Right.
I apologize, I'm pretty slow.
No.
If we come all the way to the bottom, it says 21,600,000, and that is, out of all the possible costs, that's the total that would be eligible for CID reimbursement. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so 21.6 is eligible, but only 3 million of CID generated funds will actually go toward the project.
That's correct.
Okay, so then move to the left. TIF eligible. We're projecting that only 2.9 million is the amount of expenses that are eligible to be reimbursed by TIF, but we're willing to go to 3.0 if, I guess, the TIF generates more money than we think it will.
This is more about the expense side, Commissioner. So it's really, this is really about maybe one of these expenses comes in a little higher than what's on this budget. We've given them a little flexibility up to the cap when it comes to TIF.
Okay, so then far right, sales tax redirection. 2.9 million is eligible in terms of $2.9 million worth of expenses are eligible for this particular reimbursement, but we're only going to allow 1 million of sales tax to be redirected toward that project, those costs.
Absolutely right.
Okay.
That's correct.
Way back in the day, when we first started considering this, we had a slide that we looked at that considered, even though it was deferred for a while, that considered how much revenue we were going to get from this particular project over time. And I don't think it started ramping up until it was in the outer years. If we could see that again, that would be spectacular, because I guess my question is, has that amount or that timing changed since we first approved this development agreement?
The deal has not changed. So you're remembering correctly, Commissioner, that when we get to, I can get specific about this year, maybe 12, 13, is it 13, Catherine? Yeah, the developer starts scaling back the amount of increment that is available to it to try and hit this $3 million cap. And so the UG starts grabbing that increment, if you will, in year 13, and the UG share increases each year after year 13. So I don't know that we have it tonight, but when we get to commission, I know we could replicate that slide and update the numbers and make sure that it's live. The deal on the TIF is still in place.
Okay, I would appreciate that because one of the things, and I hate to keep pounding this drum, but I will, because I think it's an important drum. I want to see what revenues we are going to generate eventually into the general fund to help support the infrastructure, both built infrastructure and personnel infrastructure that are going to be around any development, not just this one. And so I would love to see on what timing and what amount this project is going to generate revenue that we can put into the general fund and then use to support that infrastructure.
Absolutely.
Fantastic. Commissioner Johnson.
Boy, I want to know, will the number of apartment units decrease with these modified numbers? Very simply.
We can confirm with the developer if he's on, but I believe the answer is no. We have not made any changes here to the number of apartments and the way that the apartment piece of the project is described. So I believe the answer is no, there will be no change.
Okay, very good, very good. Thank you.
Once again, I got to find my unmute button. I thought I saw Mr. Lanier in our panelist list earlier. Oh, there he is. He's at the bottom. Mr. Lanier, if you wouldn't mind, could you clarify for Commissioner Johnson in terms of the number of apartments in the finished project?
That is correct. The number of units will not change. We did extend or add additional units above the required minimum amount of our developers agreement. So we are at 92 units. And so we are exceeding what we were required to do, but we will maintain that unit count with the revised project.
Fantastic. Thank you for clarifying that.
And Commissioner, that is above the requirement in the development agreement, which says 70 to 85 units. So if he delivers 92, he is over delivering relative to the written requirement in his development agreement.
Over delivering is a beautiful thing.
Indeed.
Does anyone else on the committee have comments or questions?
Johnson, move for approval.
Townsend, second.
So we have a motion and a second to approve as submitted. And let me just clarify with Mr. LaSala and with Ms. Carter that this Fourth Amendment better defines some of our requirements, like some of the things we've just been discussing. We acknowledge in this Fourth Amendment that the size of the Reardon Center conference space will shrink, and we acknowledge that that will probably be in the public gathering spaces, not necessarily in the meeting room spaces. And then it'll prioritize the distribution of the CID proceeds because that gives us that early bump that we were talking about earlier. Right. And then extends the drop dead date. And remind me again what that date, is it on the slide that's on the screen?
It is not, but it is actually July 31st of this year. So it was last week.
And we're extending it to what?
August 31st.
So
okay.
by 1 month.
All right, fantastic. We have a motion and a second to approve the Fourth Amendment as submitted. Any other comments or questions from the committee? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Roll call, Bryant,
Aye.
Walters,
Aye.
Johnson,
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
Bynum,
Aye.
McKiernan.
Aye. Thank you so much to Ms. Carter, although I do believe she's going to stay with us for item number 7. It's another Fourth Amendment. This is the Fourth Amendment to the KC Foodie Park Development Agreement. And so, Ms. Carter, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Catherine Carter, Director of Economic Development. Fundamentally, what this Fourth Amendment does is extends again, some of those completion dates. As you all recall, the Scavuzzo's Foodie Park, there was a number of different phases that corresponded to specific dates for the start and commencement and completion of those that we had very specifically defined. So as you can see in the amendment in your packet, all of those dates, you can kind of see what that change is. And then I am actually going to pass it over to Mr. LaSala to explain specifically one point about the financing.
Okay. Thank you, Catherine. As you know, there were very robust discussions about this at the last ED&F meeting, as Catherine said. And you may recall, we already had some dates in the amendment that you saw last time for the second, third, and fourth phases. What wasn't in the amendment you saw last time were extensions of the dates for phase one. So those are there now. And essentially they are these. For commencement, which I think was originally back at the date was in April, we are saying that the developer within 10 days of signing this agreement will do two things. They'll start putting up silt fencing and doing erosion control, and they'll commence demolition of the hardscape and any other improvements out there. And then the second part of commencement will be that by the end of the year, December 31st of 21, they will commence in earnest, which is defined as getting building permits, starting work, and undergoing a continuous program of construction. So that would happen by the end of the year. This also, I believe, pushes out the completion date to July 1st of 2023 for Project Area 1. There are two other components that are added to this amendment that were not in the one that you saw at the last ED&F meeting. One, given the context for this amendment and the delays we've had with this project, we've negotiated two additional provisions, been negotiating with the developer about two additional provisions. One is that we would tighten the remedies in case they missed those dates when it comes to Project Area 1, and the remedies would be tightened in this way. There is a notice and cure period in the development agreement. We would shorten that period from 60 days to 20 days. And you'll recall that you also have reversionary rights, the ability to take the property back in the event of default. There was a very long 12-month cure period when it came to reversionary interests, and the developer would agree to reduce that period from 12 months to 60 days. There is also a financing condition that's attached to commencement of construction. There's a bunch of good reasons why this is a smart thing for us to require of the developer. But put very simply, it's to ensure that they show us proof of financing so that we can see they have all the money they need when they start in order to finish the project. So they have to essentially come to us, show that they have a deal for the equity and at least a loan commitment from a commercial lender with kind of normal financing conditions. They have to show those things to us so that we know that when they start, they have the money to finish. This financing condition has been the subject of a lot of conversation. We have reason to believe that the developer still doesn't love that provision and may tonight come to you and ask you to remove it or negotiate further about that. We would discourage that. If they do that, I kind of hope they don't, but if they do, I'd like you to, I would ask that you come back to us so we can tell you all the reasons that that's important.
Thank you, Mr. LaSala. We would ask I would ask if any members of the committee have comments or questions. I have several, so I can pinch hit for you and give you time to collect your thoughts. So I'm just going to reiterate. One of our problems here on the committee is that we get a lot of this information very quickly and we get it right before we make a decision. You all have been thinking about it, mulling it over and rationalizing it for a much longer time. So I'm pretty much going to state back a lot of what you just said to make sure I got it right. So if we approve this Fourth Amendment, then it says that within 10 days, they have to start and basically it's horizontal construction at this point. Put up a silt fence and start tearing up the old asphalt and the old underlayment. And then they have to begin in earnest. That means vertical construction, not just tearing stuff up and putting a silt fence, vertical out of the ground construction by 12/31.
Commissioner, I want to be a little clear about that. There is still more site work and grading and things to do. So when they get to 12/31, let me be clear. The 10-day requirement, it's really demolition, silt fencing, erosion control. That's it. So they're not going to be out there rough grading the site, doing site utility work, all that other horizontal stuff. They do not intend to do that immediately after we sign this. It's really just erosion control, silt fencing, and demolition. That's it. When we come to December 31st, they're going to, at that point, they have to get permits. They really have to get out there and start it. And you're right, vertical construction is part of the equation. It probably won't happen immediately on January 1st. They're going to be doing all of that horizontal work first, digging foundations. But importantly, the 12/31 date is about beginning and these are the words of the agreement, continuous program of construction. So when we get to when 10 days in, they're going to start, do a finite amount of work and stop. But when we get to 12/31, they're going to get out there in earnest and continue until they finish.
Okay, this project, in my estimation, is very much like the similar one. It's like we've been waiting 2+ years on both of these projects. We're in our 4th amendment on both of these projects. And frankly, I personally would like to see some progress on both of these projects that we're just not seeing. So if 12/31, okay, they start applying for permits, do we have any estimate of when this might go vertical? We might actually start to see vertical construction.
We do. There is a construction schedule, and the developer may have that handy, may be able to tell you when they think they're going to be done with footings and foundations and go vertical. If not, I think Catherine and I can probably find that while we're talking, but there is a construction schedule, and the developer may have to tell us if it's still current, because I think it contemplated commencement by now. So I think we have to ask them that question.
Well, and then I see substantially complete the phase 1 minimum improvements on or before now, July 1, 2023. What do we qualify as minimum improvements here?
That'll be a defined term that will include the completion of the food service center, which is the 266,000 square foot building. It'll include parking improvements and other related improvements. It does not include the retail that's on phase 1. It is that defined term includes the infrastructure that's related to the 266,000 foot building, parking, signage, etc.
Does it include the building?
It does.
Okay, so by July 1, 2023, we'll have the first building.
That's correct.
Okay.
That's what's required.
Remind me again, when does ownership of this, now remind me again, let me make sure I understand what we're talking about. We broke this large parcel up into 4 sub parcels, correct?
Correct.
And they're currently on the furthest south of the parcels at the curve of 47th Street into Orville.
Furthest south, I think that's correct.
Yeah.
Okay. And right now, they have effectively an option. Like in land bank, they have an option on that property. No.
They own it.
They own it.
We closed and they were supposed to have commenced in April, Commissioner.
So they have fully paid us for that parcel. Now, we can get it back. And you said that we've tightened our remedy here.
Yes.
So we can get it back if they fail to meet the agreements or the deadlines that we've set up in this 4th Amendment.
That's correct.
And we can get it back sooner.
That's correct.
And we get it back with what changes hands when we get it back? We just get it back?
That's right. That's right. We do not have to pay to get it back. Now, we may have to fight to get it back, but what the development agreement says, right? I mean, if they're in default, as a practical matter, we may have to fight to get it back, but it will be very clear contractually. In a worst case scenario, they don't start, nothing happens. You'll terminate the incentives, right? You'll default them, terminate the incentives, and you'll go demand the property back. Eventually, we've got to get a deed from them to get it back, but the contract is clear that to exercise a reversionary right, we don't have to pay for it. We are entitled to get the property back.
But the timing is hazy as to when that might actually happen.
That's right. The timing in the agreement without this amendment is that they've got a year to cure. They could still, even if you turn off the incentives, they could still go build the thing, open it on time. And as long as they do that within a year of being in default, we don't get the property back. However, the way it's written today, we have to wait a year to go demand the property back. This would shorten that period of time to 60 days. And given the context of this thing and how long it's taken, we think that's appropriate, and the developer is agreeing to that.
But what I've heard you say is that's a hazy 60 days. It might be 60, it might be more.
We'll be entitled to get it back 60 days. The contract gives us the right to it within 60 days. If the developer's in default and they won't comply with the contract and won't give it back at that 60-day marker, we'll have to go to them to enforce the contract.
And when is it they need to show proof of financing?
By closing, by commencement, December 31
of 2021.
Correct.
Okay. I apologize to the rest of the committee for taking so much time here and asking these questions. I have liked this project. I have rooted for this project from the beginning. I'm concerned as this has dragged on with no apparent progress. I get it. We had a COVID year in there, but I'm concerned. I'm concerned that we have locked up a parcel of land. Now we've got the other 3 parcels and we can still pretty much do whatever we want with those if this doesn't move forward. But I'm at a point where I'm just concerned about our apparent lack of progress on this site. Do other members of the committee have comments or questions for Mr. LaSala or Ms. Carter? Mr. Bryant.
Not so much questions, more comments. I would agree with that. I was concerned from the beginning with this project, a company that doesn't actually have property currently in our county. They're a renter in our county, moving from that to such a large project, to me, still seems pie in the sky. I'm more than hopeful that this does happen. It's imperative that something goes in, I believe, into that old space. I think that's needed for Wyandotte County to turn the corner and truly believe that we are moving into a new era. Even with the legends, I think that there are a lot of people closer to and east of 635 who just don't see the progress. And I think that this would hopefully shed some hope for further development in our area of town. So, but I am skeptical even today. So I do hope that this will be the 4th and final adjustment to this. So that's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Bryant. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Commissioner McKiernan. I think this is a record for timing for these collective.
Is it a good record?
I don't know. I really wasn't going to say anything, but I do think that I grow weary, not only just tonight, but I grow weary in general for what has taken a long time. And I think that, and I just want to say this for the record, while I appreciate the efforts of the Scavuzos in this area and their commitment to this property, and while I do understand that we don't have a long list of other suitors that, as I'm aware of, I think at some point we have to draw a marker. And I'm just saying for the record that if we get past this line, this new marker of December the 31st of this year, we're really going to need to have to put something in place that will, I don't know, that will either move us in a different direction or further or incentivize our partners to get this done. The community, we as commissioners are privy to the information and that's shared by our constituents in the community. And the community just simply does not believe that this is a real project. And it's hard to continue to tell them and share with them that this is in fact a real project when we continue to have these types of conversations. My final comment is that I trust and I hope that we have been as accommodating as we can as staff in terms of trying to make sure that this gets done, and that we're not part of the reason why this thing is getting held back ourselves through some forms of bureaucracy, and that this issue is strictly on the side of our partners, the Scavuzos. My final comment, I lied, but my final comment, I do think we need to have some proof of ability to finance. Now, in my prior career, that was so important. And I found out when we got over here that we did not require those things. But I do think in light of these circumstances, that proof of financing is something that we should consider. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. Commissioner Bynum.
Thank you, Chair McKiernan. I'm just going to make a couple of brief comments in an attempt to bring this back over to a more positive conversation. Scavuzzo is a locally owned company that survived a pandemic that hit restaurants. So their company serves the restaurant industry. I don't know of an industry more hard hit during a pandemic that is still ongoing more than restaurants. So, I'm giving a little bit of grace there to this locally owned, family owned business that has proposed what is a really good project on this property. And I would ask us, as we contemplate things like this, to look back on other developments that also are moving along at what you could call a slow pace. We have a project out west that frankly was brought to me when I was a brand new commissioner, and that was 6 years ago. And that project has not turned a shovel of dirt. So I just hope that we can keep the big picture in mind here as we continue this conversation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Bynum. I want to be clear. I'm rooting for this project. I want this project to succeed beyond our wildest imagination. Any other comments or questions from the committee, or do we have a motion?
Motion to move forward to approve as submitted.
Townsend, second.
We have a motion and a second to accept the Fourth Amendment as submitted. Any other comments from the committee? any public comment from among our now dwindled attendee list? I don't see any hands up among that list. I'll ask the clerk, did we receive any emails about this project before the meeting?
No comments were received.
Thank you so much. We have a motion and a second to approve the Fourth Amendment as submitted. Roll call, please.
Roll call, Bryant,
Aye.
Walters,
Aye.
Johnson,
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
Bynum,
Aye.
McKiernan.
Aye. Thank you to the committee. I'll go back to the top of my list here. We are at our 8th and final agenda item tonight. Oh, we can say thank you to Mr. LaSala and to Ms. Carter for their presentation on items 6 and 7. We've come to item 8, which is a review of our 2020 year-end fund balances. Kathleen Von Atchen, our Chief Financial Officer, will lead us through this presentation.
Thank you so much, and I look forward to making this as quick as possible. This is a presentation we give annually to give the committee and all the commissioners an idea of how many of the other special revenue funds performed last year. These funds are often found at the back of the CAFR, and we don't talk about them a lot. And so during the budget process, there's always a lot of discussion about our general fund and our sewer fund, stormwater fund, but a lot of these other funds we don't take a look at. So this is our opportunity to look at how they're doing. So tonight I am going to talk a little bit about the fund balance performance of the general fund, and then all the special revenue funds, as I mentioned. We're going to talk about the fund balances, and then also the special revenue funds, what legal authority is in place and for the sources and uses of these funds. So about the general fund, we wanted to present to you a little bit of history here. This is how basically how we measure our budget performance. So on the revenue side, we match up what we budgeted we were going to receive compared with actuals. And I put together this chart. It goes all the way back 10 years. The green is what we actually receive, and the brown is what we budgeted. And you can see that oftentimes finance directors are you know, they folks say that the finance director underestimates revenues usually, but in this case, it's really not the case. It kind of varies from year to year. But overall, the average over the 5-year period, the revenues were only underestimated on average about $540,000, which is not very much money compared to the whole $200 million ball of wax we're talking about. Now, last year we did underestimate revenues by $5.5 million, and that's because sales tax came in much better than we anticipated. Given the pandemic. The next one is the expenditure side. And you'll see on the expenditure side, we chronically have over budgeted our expenditures, spending less than we budgeted, which is actually a good thing because we certainly don't want to spend more than what we were authorized. So, but on the whole, over the last 5 years, the average is about $6 million a year that we over budget. So that's, you know, often due to unexpected vacancies. It's also due to the fact that we provide authority to the departments to spend on capital outlay, and then they don't spend all the funds within the year that they're given. So, the fund balance, since we consolidated as a unified government, is shown here, and you can see it really took a dive during the Great Recession of 2009. During 2015, Moody's downgraded us to A1. And since then, we've been slowly moving back up. We're now at 22%. We've been hovering around that 21, 20, 22% for the last 3 years. And so, and I'm going to talk about the fund balance policy in a little bit. So right now we're at 22% of total expenditures and transfers, and that's how we measure our performance. And the credit rating agencies look at this very closely too. So so just a reminder, back in June of 2018, the commission took the prudent action of adopting a minimum reserve policy. The reserve policy is that we maintain 2 months of ongoing operating expenditures. And if you divide 2 into 12 months, that comes out to 16.7%. So we just round up to 17%. That's the operating reserve. The policy also has an economic uncertainty or emergency reserve that we aspire to achieve. That's an additional month. So if we were to achieve both those reserves, we'd have 3 months of operating expenditures or 25%. Now, one of the provisions in the policy is that if we foresee that we're not going to be meeting the minimum reserve, then we take, during the budget process, we take this to the mayor and to all of you and develop a plan for how to replenish our minimum reserve back to our minimum reserve balance over the next 5 years. And I'm just happy to report, since we aren't expecting to dip below that minimum reserve, that's not a consideration tonight. So, and basically here's a little bit more information I provided you in your packet. So you can see the definition for these two reserves, the operating reserve and then the economic uncertainty reserve, and for what reason they're put in place. Okay. So this past year, as we noted, the fund balance increased by $3 million from 42.4 last year in 19 up to 45.7. So that's a total of 22.3%, which effectively equates to 2.7 months, right, of operating expenditures. If you were just to keep it if we were just at the 17% level, that this number, instead of being 45 million, would be 34 million. The difference between the 34 and the 45 are basically the balance of what we're calling the emergency reserve, and that totals around 11.5 million that we have in the emergency reserve as of the end of the year. Just a little bit short of the 3 month that we have in our policy. All right, so that's all I had on the general fund. If you have any questions, given how late it is tonight, maybe you don't. So I'm going to move on to the special revenue funds. So as I mentioned, there's over 30 funds, and we're going to talk about a bunch of these very quickly. And generally, the reserve policy is very similar to the general fund reserve policy, except that the thresholds are a little bit different. They're not 2 months reserves. They range between 10 and 15%. So there are 4 categories for these special revenue funds, and I've categorized them based on their authority. First, we're going to talk about the county levies, and then the debt service funds, the funds that are restricted by state statute, and then those funds that were created by the commission with the authority of state statute. So the first one's the county levy funds, and you can see there's 5 of them: developmental disabilities, election health, mental health, and the aging fund. And what we're presenting, all these charts look the same for each of these categories. The first column is the expenditures. The second column is how much the ending fund balance is, as presented in the CAFR. And then this is the math between the amount that's in, it's basically taking the fund balance into the expenditure level, and that gives you that percentage. So as I mentioned, the reserve policies range between 10 and 15%, and some of these funds greatly exceeded that 10 or 15% amount. For example, developmental disabilities and the health department, and others came below it, like the mental health. And so the dollar difference is over here. All of these funds, these levy funds are basically the only resources they have are the property tax levy. And the reason these fund balances increase is because their operating expenditures vary from year to year, and it kind of depends on what's happening with their caseload. They provide services to our residents in these functional areas. So I think the health department was very busy working on or focusing on COVID, and some of their program staff were diverted to work on COVID rather than on some of the other areas of public health. And that may have contributed to the increase in their fund balance. So just for your own reference, you can keep this in your back pocket. These are all the state statutes that allow us to levy these funds and prescribe what they're to be spent on. So, and by the way, I do want to go back a moment. So back in 2019, we shifted 0.14 mils out of the this developmental disabilities fund and into the health department fund. And it's been that way for 2 years. And in this upcoming budget for 2022, we're proposing to shift that money back to the developmental disabilities fund because they need the funds, and they're projecting their caseload will increase. All right, so going to the debt service funds, this is an area that we spent a lot of time analyzing over the past few years. And so there's been a lot of changes here. This is the city and then the county. And then I've also separated out the debt service funds for the tax increment financing districts. So oftentimes you don't see those separated out. You usually just see them all lumped together, right? So the expenditures on the city bond and interest fund total $29 million. Roughly 9 to 10 million of that is actually funds that we are debt service for general obligation bonds for the sewer fund. So the sewer fund ends up giving a transfer to this fund to pay for that. So really the amount that's dedicated for governmental services, debt service for governmental services, is roughly 20 million a year. That fund balance is now sitting at $847,000. The state statute requires that you only use these funds for debt service. But every time we do a refinancing, the savings that we achieve also is required to be deposited into that fund. And so over time, the balances get pretty high. And last year, I might remind you, you all authorized that we issue a temporary note that only lasted for 30 days in order to pay for a majority of the cost for the replacement of our enterprise resource planning software. So that was roughly $5 million that we were able to use the fund balance in this fund to support that project. And so as a result, the fund balance has dropped to about 800,000, but we do very extensive long-range financial planning, and we fully expect this number to double or triple in the next few years. So this seems really low, but it's fine. It's fine, trust me. So the city bond and interest fund has a higher, fund balance than you would expect, but that's because in the prior years we were anticipating the increase or the beginning of the debt service on the juvenile center, and so we were just saving money, setting aside to in order to make sure that we had enough money to make those debt service payments, and that's about 1.7 a year. So that's why that fund balance is a little bit higher. And then lastly, the TIF debt service funds, the fund balance is $4.8 million. And that's because we collect the sales and property taxes and deposit them into these funds. And then we make the debt service payments. And the sales tax and the property tax may be growing at a greater rate than our debt service payments are required. And so we can't really spend that extra money paying down the debt until the bond issues are callable. So once they are callable, we take the fund balance and we pay down the debt at that time. So This balance will drop in the future years as we refinance bonds. So here's the statutes related to our debt service funds. And of course, as we mentioned, the funds can only be used for principal and interest. So we can't take the money out of these funds. Once it's in there, it can't be taken out. So moving on to funds restricted by state statute. So these are a variety of funds that are allowed by state statute for us to create. And so it includes these technology funds for the clerk and the treasurer, the register of deeds, court trustee for the 911 tax, the alcohol program, and the parks and recreation. Those are funded by sales on alcohol in restaurants. And then the special street and highway intergovernmental revenue fund. So all of these are, some of these functions have, are collecting resources in order to pay for capital projects. Some of these fund balances, for example, in the street and highway fund, are actually monies that are still in place because projects haven't been completed and are planned to be completed in the future years, and it will be using those resources for that. And so those are the balances here. And these are the state statutes for the respective funds. So these funds, it's rather difficult to take excess reserves from these funds and move them into the general fund without so for example, with the technology fund, the purpose of this fund is actually to accumulate resources over time in order to invest in technology improvements at the UG County Clerk's office. So the court trustee, these are fees that are collected in order to pay for various services as specified here in order to assist with families and children. The Wyandotte County 911 fund, these are all the specific uses that can be used for with this money. And as you can see, the maintenance of 911 equipment, charges billed by service suppliers, capital improvements and equipment for the 911 system. The special alcohol and both the special parks recreation fund, they share the same revenue source, and 70% of the amount is collected for this purpose, and it's split between the city general fund and then the alcohol and the parks fund. And these funds are basically used to assist with alcoholism and drug abuse prevention, and as well as the purchase and equipment and maintenance of parks and recreation facilities and services. And then lastly, this is a grant that we receive from the state every year that is derived from the collection of motor fuel tax collections. And it's allocated based on population, and it's required to be used for construction, reconstruction, alteration, and repair of city and streets. That's about $7 million a year that we get from them. This fund, actually, the revenues went down quite a bit last year, although not as much as we anticipated. And that was because the gas prices dropped right during the COVID. The last one are several funds that were created by the unified government. That includes the jail commissary, the special dedicated sales tax, which is a 3/8 sales tax for neighborhood infrastructure and public safety. A special asset fund where we deposited the proceeds from the sale of various assets the city previously owned, such as the hotel in downtown. Tourism and convention promotion, which is the transient guest tax, and then the environmental trust fund, which is revenues are derived from a portion of the solid waste charges to our residents. So the The restrictions on these funds are solely within the authority of the commission. So if you chose to change the direction of these funds, you could just take a resolution. Some of these funds are well in excess of the minimum reserve. The special dedicated sales tax fund looks like it has a very substantial fund balance, and that's partly because a lot of those projects are multi-year. It's a capital project, fund, and so a lot of these projects are multi-year, and some of them just the projects haven't been completed. The tourism and convention promotion fund, that fund balance dropped from the prior year because of COVID. Tourism was dramatically impacted by the pandemic, but we still have $6 million in reserves for future projects based on your direction. We know that there are plans to invest in the Rock Island Bridge and some other projects in the future, so this fund balance is expected to be diminished. So I think that's all I got. So here are the statutory references for each of these funds for your own reference. I'm not going to go over them in detail here. But if you have any questions, I'm happy to go through these in more detail or answer any questions. There's a little bit more detail on each of those. So that's all I have for this presentation.
Kathleen, thank you very much for presenting these, for gathering these data and then presenting them to us. I will confess, I actually have a couple of questions, but given the hour, I'm going to save those. And I would ask that either you and I get together before our next committee meeting, or maybe we could send any questions we have to you, and you might be able to come back with some clarifying information if any of us have any.
I would be happy to meet with you, Commissioner.
All righty, I appreciate that. Other members of the committee, comments or questions for Kathleen? This was for information only. It is for our benefit, and I'm sure that we could all benefit from a little more thorough review of these data before asking questions. I don't see any hands. I do see a hand raised. Commissioner Walters.
I don't have a question for Kathleen, but I just, before we close down, I wanted to thank you, Brian, for a yeoman's effort tonight, standing in, did a great job.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
I agree, Commissioner.
Let's put it this
Bryant.
way. We all did a great job tonight. I appreciate everybody from the committee hanging in with us. We got a lot of work done this evening, and it's only the start of good things to come. I don't see any. Oh, I do see another hand raised. Where did it come from? It was. Okay, so we have some public comment. It's Crystal Watson. If we could move her over from the attendees list to the panelist list. And as you did earlier, Ms. Watson, if you could just give us your name and your city of residence and then your public comment.
Yes, Crystal Watson, 85th and Spring Avenue, Kansas City, Kansas. I can't believe I stuck it out this long. But I just wanted to say, I just commend the commission. I thought all the presentations were very well done. And I thought that commissioners, you've done a fine job of really trying to be consistent and just sticking with policy, but more importantly, considering the projects for the economic growth of our community. So I just wanted to say hats off to you all. I appreciate you all and the staff.
Thank you very much. Absolutely. To our staff, a big shout out, because none of this would be possible without a lot of prep work to get us to this point. That was our last item on tonight's agenda. With there being no further business, we are adjourned. Have a great evening.